Blog Talk Radio.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slaves, slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonians. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captive, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yeah, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom and the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize it. They know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, but you're going to be floated up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I saith, the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of it. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon, here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is January 12th, 2024, 7:06 p.m. Central Standard Time, streaming here live, standing bold in the belly of the beast, the heart of Babylon. Our first live stream since the new so-called new year, 2024, has started. And hey, blessed to be here. It's been a very challenging week for me, and I'm pretty sure somebody out there can relate to the challenges. So definitely blessed to just be here and first, and then be able to have some content and information to provide for you brothers and sisters this evening. And I'm really excited for this live stream. A lot of great information. That's why I wanted to start early, because boy, 2024 has gotten off to a bang. And but before we continue, got to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which the Bible calls the Godhead. In the Hebrew, they are known as the AHAYAH. Some may know in the modern Hebrew the Elohim, right? The Father's name in the Hebrew, which is AHAYAH. His Son's name in the Hebrew, YASHAYA, who the world knows as Jesus Christ. And the Holy Spirit, which is Ruach in the Hebrew. I want to give all praise, honor, and glory for we made it to another weekly Sabbath. From Friday night sundown to Saturday night sundown is the 7th day of the week. It is the Lord's Sabbath. So it's always a blessing to make it to another day of rest. Not necessarily a day of rest for me, but nonetheless, rest in the sense that can really tap into the spirit and, kind of unload a little bit. Even though we will be talking about things happening, we talk about things that are going on in the world. So that can be somewhat of a burden, but being that we do have, Christ, who the Father sent as our Savior, to put our burdens on him and seek peace through him in all of this, it's good that, he gave us this day where we could connect and really connect to the heavens and disconnect from this world, and find some sort of rest that comes with the everyday, comings and goings and workings in this world. Also, definitely a blessing to again be here to have another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon. I was trying to remember how long we've been going live, or we've been doing the broadcast on Friday nights. Just kind of reminiscing a little bit. I couldn't remember exactly when. I think it was, about probably 2011 when the elders came to me. The elders of the Gathering of Christ Church came and asked me to do. It was at that time Blog Talk. We didn't have any YouTube live streaming. What you see right now, it's evolved into this. But before that, we were on Skype and we were doing Skype calls. And you're talking about 2009, 2010. Just going back, giving you all some history for those that don't know or not aware. And it's transitioned from Skype to Blog Talk to now live streaming. We sometimes we're on YouTube, but mainly we're here on Twitch. We still have Blog Talk. We're going to go into that here in a moment. And so, going on over a decade, going towards 15 years, there's been some gaps in between. Of course, traveling and living overseas wasn't always the best technology to be able to even get on Blog Talk and do that sometimes. So, but we're still, here, and I would say continue to keep praying for this ministry of the Gathering of Christ Church, where we come on here on Friday nights and talk about things, centered around mainly Bible prophecy, what's going on in the world, and also, some recent modern historical things that have brought us to where we are right now, and uncovering the things that, maybe are out there, declassified, or not necessarily hidden, but not also put out in mainstream. So continue to keep praying for us here so that we can be here. I know, boy, it seems like every week the devil's trying to do something throughout the week to not be here, for me not to be here, and also have time to put into research, because, we typically come on here for about 5 hours. And of course, a lot of the information has been accumulated over the years, but you still have to tap into what's going on currently. And it's not always easy to keep up, especially with so many different things happening. And you can find yourself all over the place. So you're trying to condense it in. And so, but nonetheless, we are here. And I pray that that this live stream tonight blesses brothers and sisters of both what we're about to go into. So let me go ahead and get the title for tonight's live stream before we go into some quick announcements. So tonight's live stream title is 2024, the year of smoke and mirrors. 2024, the year of smoke and mirrors. Now, there's a lot to unpack. And I know people are looking at the thumbnail, and you have to be living under a rock not to see something there that stands out to, within the past week and the beginning of this year that jumps out, that's pretty much nonstop. But, things are going to, the information that's going to come out tonight is going to be different probably than what a lot of people expect from mainstream and what most people are talking about when it comes to the things that they would want, or maybe most people are looking at right now, right? What most people's eyes and ears are tuned into right now. All right. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. We're going to go into that. But before we do, we are, of course, streaming here live on twitch.tv/GOCC Southwest. Let everyone know. All right. Let everyone know we are here, that you that would like to tune in and watch, that may not be aware, and let them know we're live tonight, and where they can find us, that they can either view through a browser, they can view through the Twitch app. They just need to search GOCC Southwest under the Twitch app if they download the app. So either way, and, there's many different devices a person can use: phone, computer, tablet, TV, many different ways that you can tune in. So we also are simulcasting through Blog Talk. Doing a multicast through Blog Talk. The guest calling number, you see it here on your screen, 515-605-9327. Call in tonight. You have something you would like to say on the topic at hand. Maybe it's something currently biblically, prophetically that's happening that there's only so much we can cover, right? I mean, there's a lot of things I would like to talk about tonight, but we go 5 hours, right? And it seems like we're just getting started after 5 hours, and there's so much to talk about. So definitely call in if you would like to chime in on anything tonight or have any questions. Just press 1. That puts you in the queue where I see you there, and I'll check periodically and bring people in as I see fit. All right. We also have our backup channels on YouTube, GOCC Southwest. Make sure you subscribe there. That's the main channel. That way, anytime we go live, doesn't matter. Typically, it's Friday night. We've done, surprise, or not necessarily surprise, but just impromptu streams, spur of the moment, where things got switched around. Had to come on a Wednesday night before, and if you're subscribed, you should get the notification to tell you what we're doing, where we're going to be. All right. All of our backup content is on Odyssey. Okay, GOCC Southwest on Odyssey. And you can, under our About section on YouTube, you can find all of our links. You find our Twitch link. You find our Odyssey link. Okay. We have other backups. We have backups to backups in case this doesn't work. We can go there, but we haven't, we've been having no issue with Twitch now for a good while, and can come here and not, worry about too many issues. So this is where we typically are when we talk about the Coming Out of Babylon streams, okay? But all of the backup content is not stored here on Twitch, all right? Twitch does not store backup content past 7 days. So you have to go to Odyssey to check out any, I would probably say 90% of our past streams are on Odyssey. We do have some on our YouTube channel. However, YouTube every now and then will remove one and send a email saying that we've removed this video because we found that it violates these community guidelines. So every now and then, YouTube is steadily knocking off some of our old streams off of there because their guidelines are constantly changing as far as what you can and cannot say. So, because of that, it's just better and easier to be here. Plus, we share a lot of things that are YouTube would block as copyright protection. So, we say fair use and they still block us. So, we don't want to have any reason or excuse to have to, use, verbal gymnastics and having videos taken down for updated community guidelines and all that. So it's just easier to do it this way so that it's available. Now, YouTube, of course, is the main platform everyone's using, but a lot of stuff we talk about here, you can't talk about there. So, but this is where we are, and so I believe that is it for the announcements for our Friday nights. We also have the church main channel on YouTube, A Gathering as One. A Gathering as One. Subscribe there. That's the main Gathering Christ Church channel. All right. You also have the backup, GOCC NYC on YouTube. Subscribe there. I did forget to mention GOCC Media, the GOCC Media. Lots of channels we have, lots of content. So I don't think anybody could ever complain about there not being, nothing to watch or anything to do. We have, weekly, multiple live streams, many, many different channels, many different elders and leaders that come on and live stream and backup content to years and years of videos. So, nobody should ever say they're bored. You got this information to be learned and is there for you to attain. All right. So let's take advantage of it because, hey, we don't know how much longer before the plug is pulled and it's all gone. And then you'll wish that you would have taken the time to spend more on listening and watching some of these videos where you could have, maybe some information that you wanted to know or really sharpen yourself on. All right, the GOCC Media, we actually stream there once a month on Friday nights, and we have been covering nutrients. We're on the mineral side. We are coming to an end of the main minerals that would be in our diet. So we deal with a lot of health things there, all things health, fitness, and nutrition related there on Friday nights once a month. All right. You also have other content on GOCC Media, other leaders there that stream as well. So make sure you're tuning into them, checking them out, and supporting the work. All right. We can only do as much as the support we get. All right. We also have the Hebrew and Bible Academy. It just started. We are going into week 2 this Sunday. So if you would like to join or find out more, historytimes.org. Make sure you go to historytimes.org to enroll and find out more of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Our website for the church, gatheringtochrist.org. We got the new Hebrew calendars coming out. So make sure that you, if you're looking for a calendar, you can go there. We also have the Holy Day calendar where you can keep up with what day we're in and when the holy days are. We have the GOCC network where we have the community of small business owners, entrepreneurs who have their businesses, and you can go there, support them, products and services. Also, if you would like to join the network, you can also join there as well. So many different things on the website. So again, so much there for brothers and sisters to intertwine themselves up. So there should be really little to no idle time with as much as there if you're spending it all throughout these different websites. I mean, I named at least, a half a dozen websites, getting probably close to a dozen websites there with tons and tons of information. And speaking of small businesses, we had a giveaway, a Judaware giveaway per our last Coming Out of Babylon live stream. I just wanted to give an update on that here. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So here you have it, judaware.org under the brand corner and giveaway winners. We have our winners where we had I believe it was the infant or toddler giveaway. And these are our winners. Nita Gibson from Florida, Jonette Hearn in Texas, Violet Walton in Mississippi, and Eric Fryer in Florida. Those are your winners for the our latest giveaway. And so Judaware has told me that for the winners, be looking in your email. Once it's been shipped, you will get your tracking information. All right. You will get your tracking information, and stay tuned for more giveaways in the future. All right. Stay tuned. We've done several. So we pray to be blessed that there's more. And, shout out to Judaware, the water, all praises, and congratulations to the winners for, who hopefully it's, son or child, if not, niece, nephew, whoever, that they're blessed with that. And hey, I get a lot of attention and inquiry when I'm wearing my Judaware out. People, they see it, they see the scriptures, they start asking questions, and it's a great opportunity to spark conversation, be a light, a way of representing and being a light of Christ to the world without necessarily having to say anything. People see you whether or not they say anything or you're aware. They're watching, they're looking. So let's represent and be, righteous in our apparel and how we look, and represent the Most High and His Son. All right. So there is that. And I believe that concludes our announcements for this evening. And let me go ahead and let's get back to the title, because I know everybody is probably curious about the title, what it means, and also the thumbnail, and seeing that, and rubbing their hands together and what is this? What is this all about? So our title, once again, tonight is 2024, the year of smoke and mirrors. 2024, the year of smoke and mirrors. Wow. So much to unpack with this live stream. Let me take my time because I don't want to, miss anything. All the thoughts that came is just like, man, this is a lot to unpack because it's, we had our live stream. Let me make sure that I give me 1 second here. Go into studio mode. Make sure I get the right screenshots. We had our live stream last coming out of Babylon 2023 review 2024 outlook, where we spoke about things that happened in 2023, looking back, and what to expect in 2024. Now, I myself felt that 2024 was going to be a very, just a year of just so many things happening, different than any other year that we've had up until this point. I know we could probably say that about most years, but some years, might seem no different than the next year. But I just had a feeling that it was going to be something about this year that was going to be very different. And, no sooner than the year started, it started out with a bang, and we're going to go into some of the things that have happened just so far. We're only 12 days in, and so many things have happened so far. And of course, on your screen, you see the man or some of the men of the hour. Of course, who at this point has not heard about the Cat Williams, interview, his actual in the Club Shay Shay live stream with Shannon Sharp. Who has not heard about this, right? And so it was, I would say Wednesday this week. I didn't have any idea what I wanted to speak about, what we wanted to talk about here tonight on this live stream. And so, I kind of shut everything down late Wednesday night because it was a very, I mean, to be here again is a blessing because I had no idea what the content would be. I wasn't sure, hey, maybe not have a broadcast this week. It's been so much going on. It's just other things that would, prevent a live stream, because whenever I come here with you, before you brothers and sisters, I want to come, and I don't want to come and just sit up here and hear myself talk, right? I'm not into that. I'm not a type that, likes to hear myself talk. So I know, you brothers and sisters don't want to hear me come up here and just talk, hear myself talk. So I like to have information, right? And, I started tapping into the Holy Spirit and seeking, what are we going to deal with? So many things happening, like what angle and how do we even come with the information for a Friday night? And then it just slowly started coming to me. And then the title, it comes like, so so brothers and sisters understand just how this comes. It comes like real time by the Holy Spirit. This don't really plan it out. And also, of all the years you talk about the Gathering of Christ Church, all the things that, the elders, the leaders have taught, but more specifically this week's streams. I mean, you had Elder AHAYAH Tuesday night with his live stream on GOCC Media, Where Are Your Works? Then you had the elders, Elder Ricard, Elder Lawyer, on Wednesday night, right? And I'm trying to remember the name of the stream. Agents of, what was it? Let me pull it up here real quick. What was it? Agents of Satan? Let me see. It's hard to keep up with all these titles, but I'll pull it up here right now for those, just so everyone can reflect back on all the information that's come out this week. You had Satan's agents exposed on Wednesday night with the elders, right? Then you had Elder Ricard come on today. What's behind the synagogue tunnels, right? On the Patreon. So just when, I'm watching and I'm seeing things happen, and it's like, okay, what are we going to talk about? And real time, I'm seeing information that's either come out this week or is coming out like today for those that caught the Patreon. It's like, wow, like so much of what has been accumulated for presentation for this evening's live stream was on my desk to bring forth, and it's just all being verified in the spirit. And so I just want brothers and sisters to understand how this happens. Like I'll never take credit for any information that comes out, anything special about me. I'm just a servant. I'm just here to tap into the spirit, be obedient to the works that are brought before me, and perform, right? Bring it forth to the best of my ability. And so with this and what it, and how it came, okay, it's like, okay, where do we start? How do we unpack all of this that is all these thoughts and information that's flowing through my mind, all the things that have happened, the shocking events that have happened so far, the viral moments. I mean, when you talk about the Cat Williams interview, you're talking about close to 50 million views. And so a lot of people saying that, this interview will never be beaten. This actual interview broke the internet, is what a lot of people were saying. And so I just want to give also kind of give a timeline as well. That whenever the live stream went live, I seen it live when I was going through YouTube, and I looked and I seen the thumbnail, Shannon Sharp, Cat Williams, and it said live. And I'm like, oh, that's going to be interesting. And something about it was kind of like, like you just kind of have that hunger because you don't really know. I just seen it. I didn't even know there was going to, he was going to do an interview. It came out of nowhere. So it's kind of like, but I'm busy doing other things, so I'm not paying much attention to it. I said, you know what? I'm not going to go in there live because it's already going. I'll just check it on the archive side when it's finished. So then before the day's even over with, I start seeing all these YouTube, podcasters or content creators start throwing up clips and their reaction. And I'm like, whoa, this thing is all over the internet before the day's even over with. Then I look up, and that evening it's at 9 million views. I'm like, whoa, it's at 9 million views in a matter of hours. Like this is not going to say bizarre, but this is like, that's pretty astonishing. So I would say the word is more so astonished, right? And so I didn't watch it right away, and I'll go into that here later, but I'm just kind of giving a little bit of history and backdrop to, my, kind of getting to that video. I didn't run to it. I'm a type of person to where, if I see a lot of people running one way, I'm a person that's going to, kind of sit back and watch. I'm not going to run because everybody else is running there. Let me see what's going on. That's just me. Right. And I'll get back to that more here in a moment. But with all this going on, and just as when I did get around to watching it, of course, very groundbreaking as far as just more so that it was being said on the platform was being said on more than what was being said. But, just looking at 2024, and one thing came to my mind was Okay, what is this year going to be labeled as in terms of the year? And for those who remember, at the beginning of last year, we had a live stream, 2023, the year of the poly crisis. So when you look at the WEF, the World Economic Forum, they typically, since 2020 and the lockdown, have been really at the forefront of setting the stage for the theme of the year. Well, right now, they haven't met yet. We're going to go into that later, but they haven't met yet like they did at the beginning of last year. Hasn't happened yet. So we don't really have a theme for this year. It's, fresh in. And so I'm thinking like, based upon some of the stuff I'm seeing, what is a theme I'm seeing? And so when I came up with when the title came, 2024, the year of smoke and mirrors, that's what came to me, not only based upon what I was seeing happening on a global, national level, but more so even on a local level in things I'm dealing with locally with people, face to face in the church, just things I'm seeing. And I'm like, this is a term that's coming to my mind as far as what I'm so far getting to. And we're going to break down what is smoke and mirrors, because for a lot of you may not be familiar with that term. We're gonna go into and why I'm saying, or why we're saying, the year of smoke and mirrors. Okay, but that was just a term it came to me, and I'm like, okay, so far this is what I'm getting from this year. That this year, and that's why I have a question mark. It's a question. The year of smoke and mirrors, meaning, once we go into the understanding of it, is that what this year is going to be all about? And some of you may still be, somewhat, curious or not exactly sure where the angle of where this stream is going. And it's going to surprise you once we get there. So I'm going to let everybody know, buckle up, sit back, get your popcorn out. Since the year began, it seems like I've had my popcorn out and I've just been watching, and it's just been a lot going on. And if you're not really paying attention, you can miss a lot of stuff happening. So where I want to start, and we've talked about this a lot, this church, and on the Friday nights, I want to deal with let me pull it up here 1 second. I want to deal with the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini. Okay. I want to do with the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini. This is where we're going to start. And as you see here, it says the Illuminati plan for 3 world wars. So there are some things that's in this that really we're going to deal with and jump back and forth to as we go through the information tonight with this letter. We see a word here, Illuminati, right? We see 3 world wars. I want to read the 3rd World War. All right. I'm going to read through this. I'm not going to really go into breaking it down. I just want to read it. And we're gonna come back to this. So just bookmark a lot of stuff that we're going to talk about tonight. Okay. So the 3rd World War says what? This was a letter supposed to have been written by Albert Pike, who was said to be a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. There's a picture of him with his Freemason uniform. Okay. Draped up and dripped out in his Freemason uniform. And he is said to have written this letter in 1871, well before any world war, that there would be 3 world wars and how they would happen. So we have here for the 3rd World War, what do we have? Let me make sure it's blown up so you all can see it in a good good font here. It says the Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agent tour of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion. We shall unleash the nihilist and the atheist, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. A lot said there, even a lot to unpack within that. I mean, a whole lesson breakdown, hours can go into so much in this, but there's a lot in here we're going to talk about tonight that's going to come out. And so reading that, I would just ask brothers and sisters, with a lot of what's been said, can you look at our reality now and say this stuff is happening now, or I can foresee this easily happening based upon events that are happening in the world? That's the first question, right? We're going to come back to that. Let's keep going. So then it goes into Albert Pike's life. And if you scroll down here, he was said to be a Civil War general, founder of the Ku Klux Klan. I don't believe that is in this, but that is also history that it's attached to him, but definitely a general here mentioned. A Confederate envoy to the Native Americans during the American Civil War. He was commissioned as a brigadier general in 1861, 10 years before this letter was supposed to have been written by him. If you keep going down, it says Freemasonry. Freemasonry. Let's talk about it. All right, let's talk about Freemasonry real quick. It says Pike first joined the Fraternal Independent Order of Oddfellows in 1840. Again, more in this. We're going to come back as we go through this. We're going to come back here. So that's why I wanted to start here, because understanding this was written in 1871. In the Third World War, we've had two. We haven't had a third one yet. So what can we draw from this letter that hasn't happened yet or is happening now that we can confirm, and not just confirm in our reality, but also look to scripture to get understanding and confirmation also? It says he next joined a Masonic lodge where he became extremely active in the affairs of the organization. In 1859, he was elected Sovereign Grand Commander of the Scottish Rite Southern Jurisdiction. He remained Sovereign Grand Commander for the remainder of his life, a total of 32 years, devoting a large amount of his time to developing the rituals of the order. Notably, he published a book called Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry in 1871. And I know many of you probably have this book. right? I have it, the elders have it. A lot of people have this book as a reference because it's so many different things that can be brought out within these writings. Okay. So this book, Morals and Dogma, in 1871, same year of this letter, of which there were several subsequent editions. This helped the order grow during the 19th century. So basically, Albert Pike was given his flowers and crowned the father of Freemasonry of the 19th century. Okay, for the 19th century, he was looked at as the father of Freemasonry. All right, imagine being given a whole century for something and you being, credited as the father of it. Right. So he helped grow this order. Keep in mind, America is a young nation at this time. America is not an old nation or old country. But this is the beginning of America, Civil War, and so now this order is being established within America, and he's helping to grow it during this century. He also reached and wrote the seminal treatise Indo-Aryan Deities and Worship as contained in the Rig Veda. In America, Pike is still considered an eminent and influential Freemason, primarily in the Scottish Rite Southern jurisdiction. All right, so real quick before we continue, Freemasonry. And it's again confirmation, because when I came here to come to this letter, when I'm going through the research and information I'm putting together for the stream, I wasn't even expecting this to be in here. Like, I just stumbled across it and said, oh yeah, I do recall seeing this in this letter, that there was Freemasonry in here. Let me check it out, because that was really a big part of the conversation of what I wanted to speak about tonight is Freemasonry. And so for people know my background, this was about 2001. I was still in school. Okay. Young man, still in school. And a friend of mine brought to me a website called cuttingedge.org. Okay. Cuttingedge.org. It's a Christian website. They're still around. And they spoke a lot about Bible prophecy. And they spoke a lot about Freemasonry, the Illuminati, the New World Order, secret societies, on and on and on and on. So I started researching into this then. So, we're in 2024. So that's almost 25 years of studying Freemasons. Because that's, before I found out I was an Israelite, I was raised in a Christian church. But at this time, you're a young man, you're trying to find yourself, and, information is being brought to you. And I'm finding out about some secrets, some darkness, some mysteries that isn't being notably made public to people to know about. And it fascinated me. Really, what really started my awakening was when the Twin Towers went down in September 11th, 2001. That was really when that happened. Something about that just didn't sit right with me. Like, what is this? Something in my spirit was like, something about this event just, I don't know. It's not sitting well with me. Like, okay, they're saying that this is what's happening, but I don't know. It's weird to me. Not saying I didn't believe what was being told. It just something was trying to speak to me, and I didn't have any information at the time, so I didn't know. But within a week, speaking to my friend is when he gave me this website. And immediately on their website, they were already speaking about it being something different than what the mainstream narrative was telling us. A lot of theories and things that, at that time it was fresh. So people were scrambling, trying to figure out what was going on. As time went on, of course, more information came out, more theories and things like that. But immediately it gave me the state of mind that, okay, what we're being told mainstream isn't the real reality. All right. That's what I can remember sticking with me in that moment. And there was a big wake up moment for me because I'm being exposed to all this information that I never, was made privy to. You know, I have family members, I have friends, I have associates that I've done business with throughout the years who are Freemasons, and they've told me things. They've shared stuff with me that I would say probably your typical everyday John and Jane Doe wouldn't know. And so, I started accumulating this database of information on Freemasonry. So Illuminati for me was a term, it I've known about it for a while. And I think really kind of what had my head turned sideways was when I seen in 1997, which was another weird scenario when, Tupac Shakur, the rapper, died, was murdered, whatever. They said it was gang related. I'm not getting into any of that, but just the fact that he had an album release where he was on the front cover on a cross and it was called Illuminati. And when I seen that in 1997, I was like, first of all, it's a very provocative cover, very polarizing with him on the cover, he's on a cross. That already is going to stand out, right? Because I'm raised in the church. I already know, okay, what is this? Is he mocking Christ? I know there were others that were crucified on cross. So, but it was the word Illuminati. And I'm like, that word sounds familiar, but I know I've never heard that word before, but something about that word is familiar. So, whenever you sense something or you kind of, something is like on the tip of your mind, but you can't put your finger on it, but it's, for some reason it sounds familiar, but it's not. So that's what it was. So then when 2001 rolled around, I started learning about the Illuminati. It now made sense what Tupac was talking about, where that word came from, Illuminati. All right. So just so people understand the research that, for me to be able to go into and speak about the Freemasons is not like something I just researched yesterday and I'm talking about today. This is, outside of actually being initiated myself, I'm very familiar. I'm not sitting there to say I know everything about Freemasonry. I don't. I probably know little to nothing in the grand scheme of how much stuff that they're dealing with, but I know the overview. I know the basics. I know, be able to, be in a lot of conversations and know things that could keep up with somebody who is a Freemason or who has studied Freemasonry. Right. And so when we talk about Albert Pike and Freemasonry, also understand and know that Albert Pike, from the history and information that's out there, he was Jewish. All right. He was Jewish. Very, very key part of also this live stream this evening, speaking about Jewish. And for those of you who have, been in the academy, you've been a part of our lessons, our breakdowns, would know that when we speak about Jewish, primarily we're speaking about biblically Amalek. Okay, the Bible speaks about Amalek. We're about to go there here in a moment. All right, Amalek. And so Amalek was one of the sons of Esau. And we're going to get into this whole conversation now about Jewish and Amalek within this live stream also. Let us go over to the book of Deuteronomy and why we want to talk about Amalek this evening. When you go to the book of Deuteronomy, and again, I'm giving everyone an overview. We're going to come back to these scriptures. We're going to come back to this letter as we go through the information tonight. Hopefully we can get through this information in a timely fashion because there's a lot to cover. But when you go to Deuteronomy chapter 25, right, we know that according to the history, the prophecy, the blacks, the Hispanics, the indigenous people of the Americas, and a lot of the poor who've been scattered to the four corners of the earth are the Israelites the Bible speaks about. Okay. We had the Northern Kingdom fall In 721 BC, they were sent out and scattered. Okay, primarily coming over here to the New World, but they were scattered throughout the world. Also, the Southern Kingdom in 70 AD, the Southern tribes running from the Romans ran into Africa and were scattered, running out of Jerusalem, right? Fast forward, we have the transatlantic slave trade out of Africa. Those were Israelites brought over to the Americas. And now you have both kingdoms, Northern and Southern, over in the Americas now, out from the old world into the new world. So when we look here in Deuteronomy 25, it talks about Amalek, the children of Israel. What was going on with the children of Israel during this time with Amalek? So it says here, Deuteronomy 25:17 says, remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt. So what did Amalek do? This is during the time of Moses. We're coming out of Egypt. We're dealing with the Egyptians. We're trying to get away from them. But we also had to deal with Amalek. What did Amalek do while we were trying to get away from the Egyptians? Verse 18, how he met thee by the way and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. So what Amalek did was, as we're coming out of Egypt, we're coming out in a, in a mass number, and what you would have is in the back of the, the migration, right? We're migrating out of Egypt. We're going into the wilderness, and we're in a group. In the back of the group, what you would have is the elderly. Of course, the elderly are going to fall behind. They're not going to be able to keep up and be up in the front with the young and strong. You had the women in the back. The women aren't, in the level of strength as a man. You also had children. So when it says, even all that were feeble behind thee in the back, what did Amalek do? He smote the hindmost of thee. So what Amalek would do was lie in wait, and he would look for our weak spot to attack us as a whole, right? How can I attack the children of Israel? Because Amalek was one of the sons of Esau. Esau and Jacob were fighting in the womb. Esau and Jacob came out the womb. They were fighting for the birthright. Even outside the womb, Jacob was given the birthright. And from that day, Esau swore to remember that Jacob took his blessing, which he actually sold to Jacob. But in his heart, he made an oath to always go after Jacob, right? And so you had Amalek, which was one of the sons of Esau. Esau was a cunning hunter. He was a man of the field, so he was an expert at war. So anybody who's military strategist is going to find the best strategy to take the least amount of loss and have the most effective way to attack. So the most effective way for Amalek to attack us was, okay, I'm going to hit the rear. When you look at a lion in the jungle and hyenas coming after the lion, where do the hyenas try to attack the lion? Because usually it's a multitude of hyenas. It's one lion. Where are they trying to get that lion? They're coming for his back. And that's why you see a lion sitting down and he's spinning around with because he wants his mouth in the front so he can attack with his mouth. That's the attack area. So the opposite of that is the weak or the hind area, where you can get him in his hind. That's his weak spot. You can take him down. So this is the same concept, understanding strategy, Amalek used against us, right? So Amalek would come from behind. He would attack our weak spot, the women, elderly, children, and he would take them out. All right. So the Most High is telling Moses, remember what Amalek did to you, how he feared not God. He's killing my people, and he's coming for the weak. He's coming for those who are not able to protect themselves in the rear, like a coward. Okay, he's not going to fight you head on. This is what we need to understand Amalek's tactics here. He doesn't fight you head on. He fights you from behind cover. So that's key in understanding Amalek. And for those, again, who are in the academy, listen to our lessons, know that we teach that Amalek is the Jewish people. Now, make a disclaimer, right? Make a disclaimer. Not all people who are Jewish would be Amalek. We're more so talking about the hierarchy of the Jewish, of the Jewish echelon, the upper echelon of the Jewish so-called people that classify or say that they are Jews or Jewish, right? These are what you would more so look to as Amalek. Because, for instance, let me give an example. Talking about Cat Williams, right? And, because, we'll just use him as an example. Not only Cat Williams, you got Shannon Sharp, two men who you would say are black men. And so if Cat Williams and or Shannon Sharp went to a rabbi who's Jewish and said, I want to convert and be Jewish, they would potentially have the opportunity to go through initiations, different requirements, different things they must do. And those rabbis would then, if it's all done up to their liking, would then convert them into being Jewish and into Judaism. So they're converted, but they would not be the same race of people. So you have a lot of people who are converts into Jewish and Judaism who aren't necessarily Amalek. Even though they may have the complexion, they may look, white, have the same features, that doesn't mean they're Amalek. Okay, Amalek is very small. It's a very small race. So you're talking about more so the pure blood bloodlines that are kept intact. It's the reason why they stress within their, Jewish community not to deal with any race outside of their community. But they know what people's bloodlines are pure and intact with that Amalek bloodline. And anybody outside of that is just a cover or the outer layers of Judaism and Jewish. So I want to make that clear, so that just your everyday Jewish person that's just running around going to synagogue. So hey, that doesn't mean they're Amalek, right? They could be, but doesn't mean that they are. Just want to make that clear. So you know who we're talking about here. Okay, so Amalek would plot on us to take us out, but they would do it in a cowardly way. They won't fight us straight up. They do it in a covert manner. So verse 19 tells us what? Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thy enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it. So we were commanded, once we get to a place where we can rest from all of our enemies. Amalek wasn't the only enemy we had. We were running from the Egyptians. We were running from other races too that was trying to war against us. But it was a specific commandment given for Amalek that once we get settled, you're going to blot out the remembrance of them. So what does that mean? That means an extermination, right? You're going to exterminate Amalek from under heaven to where they're not even in remembrance, which means they can't exist in order to not be in remembrance. Thou shalt not forget it. The problem with this is we forgot it. All right, we forgot it. And when the time came to exterminate Amalek, we didn't do it. Right? Under Saul had the opportunity to do it. He listened to the people. He didn't do it. Right? There was times in our history where we had the opportunity to root them out of existence, and we didn't do it. So what does this now bring us to? And just so people understand, because somebody would say, kill all of them, kill them all, like none of them get to survive, like that. What kind of God is that? Understand that Amalek is part of the Nephilim seed. So you talk about Nephilim, you're talking about fallen angels. When the fallen angels came down, they dealt with women, produced giants. Esau mingled with the daughters of the Canaanites, all right, who were Nephilim. And through them came Amalek. So these are Nephilim people. They're not, or Nephilim beings. Let me say that. Nephilim beings. They're not people. They shouldn't exist. They shouldn't even exist. This is so this you understand why they were on a whole nother level than Esau's other sons. Esau's other sons weren't told to be blotted out. Only Amalek. No other race was told to be blotted out like this other than Amalek. Because for one, they shouldn't exist. They're Nephilim. And for two, look at what they're doing. Right? They're on a whole nother level. And if you don't take them out, they're going to take you out. So now we can start to understand the mystery that's been hidden from the ages when we talk about the secret relationship between Jewish and black people or the tribe of Judah, which stay tuned. That's going to be in upcoming Academy Week, brand new lesson. So for those of you who, definitely want to tune in for that. So we can see this relationship. We can now understand why is it that these people do what they do to black people, right? What is up with this relationship? Not only that, but this mystery of there's some evil power working and no one can put their finger on it. We hear terms like Illuminati, right? The globalists, the elitists, but nobody is able to pinpoint who these people actually are. Amalek has kept their bloodlines pure, right? They're keeping and that's where you get into the royal families of Europe, the monarchs, the British, King and Queen of England, and so on and so forth. They've kept their bloodlines pure, but we are steady at this place of trying to figure out why is it that we're always at contention, it seems like, with mischief within our community. Why is it always, when we look at our community, our neighborhoods are dysfunctional and a mess. When we look at our leaders in the black community, our leaders are a mess. They don't represent our best intentions, right? And we're not really identifying the reason. It's a mystery. Nobody understands this mystery of iniquity and why this is happening, right? Because, not to put the cart before the horse, but they have us focus on each other instead of focus on the person who's hiding undercover. Speaking of a mystery of iniquity, let's go now over to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Because the Bible identifies these people. The Bible identifies Amalek. I'm going to read through this. I'm not going to break it down. We're going to come back. But 2 Thessalonians 2:1 says what? At the top we see here the man of lawlessness. It says, now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord YASHAYA Christ. It says Jesus, but we speak Christ's Hebrew name, his real name, YASHAYA, Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, that the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means. Matthew 24. What did Christ warn us as the first warning upon the time of his return? Matthew 24:4. And YASHAYA answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. Paul's given that same warning here in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Let no man deceive you by any means. Right? Are we hearing Paul speak when he says by any means, family, by any means. I'm going to go into that. For that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, that son of perdition. So a lot of Christians throughout Christian theology and religion would teach you that this is the Antichrist, but it doesn't say Antichrist, right? Nowhere when we read in the scriptures does it say Antichrist in talking about one man. Only place it would say Antichrist would tell us that there's many. So no, this is not talking about one man. But Christians would think, because it says that man, not understanding that this is talking about a race of people. It's talking about a singular original man in Amalek. That's that man. It says here, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Where's the temple of God? Well, you look over to Jerusalem. That's the original temple of God. The original temple as far as in this earth. Now, the original temple, of course, is in the heavenly realm, but the replica of that was made in the earth in Jerusalem. Who's sitting in Jerusalem right now in the temple of God? Sitting there, acting as if he is God. He can do whatever he wants. What's happening in the Gaza Strip right now? Right? It says here, remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things. And now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time, that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. So at that time, Paul was letting everybody know that it's happening now. This mystery of sin, this man of lawlessness, this man of sin is already operating now. He's amongst us now operating. He was in the Sanhedrin, posing as an Israelite, as a Jew back then through conversion, infiltrating, operating, getting our people to work with the Romans to bring them Christ. Sound familiar? That they would use our people to do their dirty work, and therefore their hands are clean. Their hands are clean because we'll do it for them. So that's what was working during Paul's time. It's already working. There is no Antichrist. It's happening now. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of the way. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan. So we know this isn't talking about the devil, but his working is after Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. So he lies. He comes with powers and signs and wonders. What is a wonder? Let's take a look here real quick in the Greek. I know I said I wouldn't, break this down, but in the spirit, just going with the flow here. It says here, Greek Strong's 5059, a prodigy or omen, wonder. Thayer definition. A prodigy, a portent, miracle, performed by anyone. A miracle, a lying miracle, right? Something that doesn't really exist, but you think it does. Paul's going to go elaborate on that further here in a second. This lying miracle, this lying astonishment, right? And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. For this cause, God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. All right. Now, I want to stop there, and now I want to go into, me pull it up here just to make sure. I want to make sure I'm going in a good order here of where we want to go, because it's so much to cover, and I'm trying to make it all connect and mesh up here, right? Trying to make it all mesh up here. So let's do this, right? Since we're in these scriptures, let's stick here, since we've talked about this Albert Pike letter, and we're in these scriptures. Let's stay here real quick. Let me pull back this letter up. So in this letter, the Third World War, there's a certain word here I want to focus in on that Albert Pike spoke about. Here's the word. Let me read it all. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority, see, they're a minority, of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity. Well, let's look at this word disillusion here and see if we can get some understanding behind this word. Disillusioned. What is the definition for the word disillusion?
Disillusion.
Disillusion. It says here, to free from or deprive of illusion, belief, idealism, etc., disenchant. A freeing or being freed from illusion or conviction, disenchantment. So basically, in a nutshell, saying to have a spell broken. In this case, in the sense of Christianity. Why Christianity? Because they gave us the religion of Christianity, right? They would say it's from the Bible. They would maybe even hold up the Bible, but the religion is not of the Bible, right? Things that come from Christianity, Christmas, Easter, Sunday worship, right? The rapture, the Antichrist. When people find out that all this stuff is not real, then now their spell is broken. So Albert Pike is telling us that that they have a plan, right? That these people that are disillusioned with Christianity are going to wake up and realize it was all a lie. And they're going to believe that the whole Bible was a lie and that Christ is a lie, because they didn't learn the true doctrine of Christ. They learned Christianity. They learned a religion. But let's keep going here with the breakdown of this word. Let's keep breaking this word down. So a word related to disillusion says here, open one's eyes. To open one's eyes. Now, where have we heard that before? Genesis chapter 3. Right? Remember, who's working is after Satan. Genesis chapter 3. The serpent told what did the serpent tell Eve in the garden about the tree that God told Adam not to eat from? Verse 4, Genesis 3 and 4. And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die, for God doeth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. You shall be now no longer in disillusion. And ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So Albert Pike's talking about this disillusionment now being used towards people when it comes to Christianity. What did Christ warn us about? Not only did he tell us in Matthew 24, take heed that no man deceive you, but after that, he immediately went into verse 5, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, I am a Christian, I am of Christ, I am a servant of Christ, I am a disciple of Christ, I am a believer of Christ, I am Christ, and shall what? Deceive many. Many shall come using Christ and deceive. Who gave us Christianity? Who gave us Christianity? Amalek, Jewish. And they even told in this that they would break the spell of Christianity that they gave in the times of World War during around the times of World War III. This is all happening during the World War III era. At some point, they're going to be broken from that disillusionment that we've given them, this spell we put them under. Open their eyes to what? But without knowing where to render its it says, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer brought finally out in the public view. So once they tell you you've been worshiping Satan this whole time, Christmas is pagan, Easter is pagan, Sunday worship is pagan, there is no Antichrist, there is no rapture. Do you see a rapture? Right? Christians are going to look around and, well, if I've been worshiping Satan this whole time and he's been blessing me, and they putting out all this propaganda in movies and TV shows that Lucifer is this okay guy. Yeah, he's not that bad after all. Look at my life. Look how great, look at all the things he's blessed me with. And plus I've been lied to. He's the real God. Christianity was all a lie. So they have nothing else to believe in. You've taken from what they believed through deception and not given them the true doctrine of what the Bible teaches. And then it'll make them turn all the way against the Bible now that spell is broken. But I want you to see this word disillusion so that you understand how these Freemasons, how Amalek operates. He operates from cover. So when you look at that word disillusion, let's look at the word now, illusion, because to disillusion is to free somebody or deprive them of the illusion. Well, what does illusion mean?
Illusion.
Something that deceives. What did Christ say? What did Paul say? By producing a what? False or misleading impression of reality. What did the man of sin? What was one of his attributes? It says here in verse 9, 2 Thessalonians 2:9, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. A false or misleading impression of reality by deception. This is how Amalek operates. And we're going to go into it tonight to show you this deception, this false or misleading impression of reality, and how Paul said, be not deceived by any means. The state or condition of being deceived, misapprehension. Let's keep going. Other words, aberration, fantasy, chimera. It says here, illusion, delusion, hallucination. Illumine. Look at these words that are close to it. Illuminism, kind of close to the word Illuminati, right? They're the illuminated ones. What else do we have here? Words related to illusion. Confusion, deception, delusion, fantasy, hallucination, image, misconception, myth, pipe dream, semblance, apparition, bubble, chimera, daydream, error, fallacy, fancy, ghost, hocus pocus, invention. What does that sound like to you all? It sound like sorcery? Sound like magic, hocus pocus? apparition, fantasy, hallucination, delusion. So now let's look at the word, because once you are now under the illusion, what comes next? What comes next?
Delusion.
The delusion. An act or instance of being deluded. Deluding. The state of being deluded. Other words for delusion, deception. It says see illusion. All right. Let's see if there's more here. Stuff we haven't already. Pretty much the same words we just went through. A ghost. Seeing something that's not there. It's not real. And what did Paul tell us as soon as he spoke about the man of sin? What would happen next? Verse 10, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this and for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a what? A lie. They should believe a lie, something that doesn't exist, something that's not real, something that's not what it really seems. That they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. What else did Christ warn us about? So Paul was identifying Amalek, right? Warning us about this mystery, that this man of sin must be revealed in the end, right? And what else did Christ warn us about when it comes to Amalek? Because remember, we didn't get rid of Amalek. Right? I'm trying to line all this up for you all. So when we go from disillusion to illusion, it brings you to delusion. All this right here in this chapter so far. But Christ told us what else about Amalek and these liars with power and signs and lying wonders. Revelations 2:9 tells us what? And I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews, but are not, but are what? The synagogue of Satan. What people are talking about, they are the Jews, but are the synagogue of Satan. You can read Albert Pike's book for those that may say that this letter is not made up. It's fictitious. Go read his book Morals and Dogma. He talks about Lucifer being the light bringer and how he adores and pretty much his love for Lucifer. Right? Study these people and see how dark they are in their secret their mystery religions. They even call their religion a mystery religion. Synagogue of Satan, right? These are the children of Amalek, and Paul said they must be identified in that time. What did Paul say again in 2 Thessalonians? That man, that first there was going to come a falling away, and that man of sin must be revealed. The day of Christ is at hand. And this particular man who's been hiding this whole time, hiding in cover, attacking us since we left Egypt. The Most High told us to blot us out. We didn't blot him out. He's been hiding, attacking from the shadows. A mystery. We can't figure out where it's coming from. The rest of the world, they can't figure out, it's the globalists, it's the Illuminati, it's the elite. Right? These vague names that really doesn't identify anybody. And now, verse 6, and now ye know what withholdeth that he might be revealed in his time. Are we in the time of the revealing of Amalek? We're going to talk about it. We're going to come back here. I now want to go to dealing with, I want to deal with now the title. When we talk about smoke and mirrors? Right? Because some people may not be familiar with what that means, the history. We're going to go into all of that. What is smoke and mirrors? And can we relate to smoke and mirrors what we just broke down dealing with Amalek? So we're here on the Cambridge Dictionary.org.
Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors.
It says here, something that is described as smoke and mirrors is intended to make you believe that something is being done or is true when it is not. Does that sound like an illusion? A disillusionment and an illusion? Can we relate the illusion from being disillusioned, which would put somebody into a delusion, as smoke and mirrors? Let's get more definitions. This is Merriam-Webster definition of smoke and mirrors. It says here, something intended to disguise or draw attention away from an often embarrassing or unpleasant issue. Right? Something used to draw attention away, take you from one reality into another, or take you from one event that's happening, draw you away from that to something else, to draw your attention away from it. That's often embarrassing or unpleasant issue. Another definition. And then we're going to go into the history of smoke and mirrors. This is off of core.com. Somebody asked the question about smoke and mirrors. Let me blow this up. It says here, when people say that narcissist, could you say that somebody who's calling himself a Jew that's not calling himself God and they're not, would you say that could qualify as a narcissist? When people say that narcissists use smoke and mirrors, they are referring to the way narcissists often create a false or a deceptive image of themselves to manipulate and control others. So we see the deception, something false, image. We saw that word earlier in the dictionary. Image, we saw that in the Strong's for wonder, being an image of themselves to manipulate. We're seeing that word manipulate. And what's the purpose in all this? To control others. It's about control. Because with controlling others, you now have power. Right? If you have control over the whole world population, then you're now in power. What would you need to do in order to control the world's population to be in power? That's what we have to ask the question for. Right? What must you do? You must lie, use false or deceptive images, right, of themselves to manipulate and control others. This can involve using what? Charm. We've seen that word before, right? Flattery and exaggeration to create what? An illusion. To create an illusion of superiority or success. Is that what the Jewish people have done? Are they narcissists? Have they created a illusion of superiority or success? Have they taken hold of a culture, a heritage that's not theirs? Are they arrogant? The smoke and mirrors metaphors comes from the idea that narcissists use tactics to obscure the truth and create a facade that hides their true intentions and behaviors. It's a way of saying that narcissists often use deception and manipulation to maintain power and influence. over others. Now, let us go into the history of where this term comes from. This is on Wikipedia, right? These are, hey, Cambridge, Webster, Merriam, right? These aren't our sources, okay? But not only that, speaking of mirrors, no pun intended, does this mirror what the scriptures say? Right? See, we're trying to draw the parallel and connect the dots of what the scriptures are saying and match it with our reality real time. Can we see that? Do we see this happening? Are we identifying this mystery of iniquity, this man of sin that's hiding himself? Right? Are we identifying that? Now, here on Wikipedia, smoke and mirrors is what? It's a classic technique in magical illusions. Well, what's a magical illusion? We're going to get that in a moment. It's a classic technique in magical illusions that makes an entity appear to hover in empty space. So smoke and mirrors is magic. It says magic, which encompasses the subgenres of illusion. So you notice how we're seeing these words all lining up everywhere we go within this, and then we're going to scripture and seeing the word delusion. They are dealing with this man of sin. What must he do to bring forth the delusion? Uses magic. It encompasses the subgenres of illusion, stage magic, which we're going to go into here in a moment, and close-up magic, among others, is a performing art. So they call it a performing art, in which audiences are entertained by what? Tricks, effects, or illusions of seemingly impossible feats. Lying wonders. Anybody? Lying wonder, impossible feat, a miracle, using natural means. Let's go back here to smoke and mirrors. It was documented as early as 1770 and spread widely after its use by the charlatan Johann Georg Schrofer, who claimed the apparitions, there goes that word again, to be conjured spirits. It subsequently became a fixture of 19th century phantasmagoria shows. What is a phantasmagoria show? That sounds interesting.
Phantasmagoria.
Phantasmagoria was a form of horror theater that, among other techniques, used one or more magic lanterns to project frightening images such as skeletons, demons, and ghosts onto walls, smoke, or semi-transparent screens, typically using rear projection to keep the lantern out of sight. Smoke. Wow. There's more there. I'm not going to go too much further into that, but just keep coming back here to smoke and mirrors. The illusion relies on a hidden projector known then as a magic lantern. Here's a diagram over here. You see your smoke in your mirror, and it would create what? A false image. An illusion. But this is just the literal form of smoke and mirrors. What about the figurative or the metaphorical or the psychological way of projecting this smoke and mirrors on people? This magic, this sorcery. It says the illusion relies on a hidden projector known then as a magic lantern, the beam of which reflects off a mirror into a cloud of smoke, which in turn scatters the beam to create an image. The phrase smoke and mirrors has entered common English use to refer to any proposal that when examined closely proves to be an illusion. Now, a lot of people may be wondering where I'm going with this and why I'm saying what I'm saying. And how does this relate to Cat Williams? How does this relate to our reality right now, aside from Cat Williams and all the people who have been mentioned and all the things that are going on in the world right now? Let me come back here. I'm going to come back to this particular document that we were reading off of Quora.com. There's more here. Like when you go into the history of this, it gets deep. Somebody here responded with, it means they will use psychological projection and or gaslighting to make you feel as though you're the problem and that everything you have done wrong is all your fault. Notice how in Christian theology, we've been told we are the cursed seed of Ham. That's also in the false Christian theology. Oh yeah, black people, yeah, y'all went into slavery because y'all are the cursed seed of Ham. We've seen this term gaslighting used more and more in recent years, but a psychological projection. Have the Jewish people done that towards black people? We're gonna look into that this evening. We're going to look into that. We see Amalek doing it against Israelites, and we're identifying ourselves as Israel, that we're the problem, right? Have we been told that COVID-19 was our fault? Among other things. It started in Wuhan, China. This is the narrative they gave us. I'm only going off their narrative aside from what we may believe, whether it's real or fake. And then only to end up in the hood, and we're the spreaders, and we're the main carriers of this now Wuhan virus, and it's all our fault. And if we don't get the vaccine, we're not doing our part, right? We're not doing our part. You're not wearing the mask. You're not doing your part. Now look up, I see all these black people. Mostly when I go to the store or I go out and I see people wearing masks, it's black people. It's our people. Wear masks. It says here, both psychological projection and gaslighting is the primary method the narcissist uses to go out of their way to make up the impression that the cause of all the problems in whatever relationship you may have with them is all because of you, not them. I don't know how familiar people are with Amalek, who was modern day Jewish, and how they look at us, how they treat us, how maybe they deceptively cozy up to us as if they're our friends. I'm talking about Amalek. I'm not talking about your next door Jewish neighbor. Okay. More than likely, he's probably another tribe or descendant of Esau, but he's probably not Amalek. Okay? I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about your everyday synagogue goer. I'm talking about these guys, these 33rd degree Freemasons at the top. Not your first, second, third, your synagogue member. No. Show me the guys who you don't see working behind the scenes. That's who we're talking about here. So the smoke and mirrors here is the facade and the web of deceit they create to make them appear to be the same good person while pointing the fingers of blame and guilt towards you all the time. Anti-Semitism, anybody? Kyrie Irving, anybody? Suffice it to say that all of their smoke and mirrors are the lies and fabrications, or at the very worst, half-truths and stories that they invent to make them appear to be God's gift to anyone. Wonder what people are running around saying that, and more so here lately. While you are the ones who need counseling. So this particular term can be used in a lot of different ways, but we're dealing with this when talking about that man of sin who must be revealed. All right. He must be revealed. And we're going to go into it now. Now, another thing I'm going to share with people when the whole Cat Williams interview was going live when I first seen it. It was last Friday. A brother called in, right? And this brother called into the Patreon and he said, man, I know people talking about Cat Williams, but have you seen the Sanford and Son Lamont character, Damon Wilson's interview? I don't know how many of you all are familiar with Sanford and Son. It was before my time, but I grew up in the era of reruns. So I would say probably growing up, as far as the rerun shows that were out, Sanford and Son was by far my favorite show. What is Sanford and Son? TV series, 1972 to 1978. The misadventures of a cantankerous junk dealer and his frustrated son. All right. I'm pretty sure, right? You're in the black community. It doesn't matter how old you are. You've heard of Sanford and Son. It rings a bell. You may not say I've seen it or I've seen every episode. But here you have Damon Wilson. He was the son, Lamont. And there was an interview he gave. And when I heard the brother mention that, I recalled back a few days earlier that I remember seeing the interview in my YouTube feed, and I scrolled right by it. I seen it, and I'm like, oh, there goes Damon Wilson in an interview. And I kind of another one of those Cat Williams scenarios where I seen it, thought about it, like a little intrigued, but I couldn't check it out. I didn't check it out at the time, and I kept moving. But then when I heard the brother on the Patreon say, people need to check it out, and he mentioned some of the things that were being said in the interview, I made it my my decision to watch it before Cat Williams. I'm gonna go watch that. Everybody's running to Cat Williams. I'm gonna go check out this interview. So I watched it first. I think I watched it that same Friday. It's only 52 minutes long. I didn't watch the Cat Williams until Saturday evening. And I didn't finish the Cat Williams until Sunday because it's like 3 hours long. But this particular interview, when I seen it, after I watched it, I said, you know what? I started thinking in my mind, this is the one, and Elder Ricard said the same thing. This is the one, this is what people need to be looking at, because what was being said in this interview was on a whole different spiritual level than what I'm not discounting anything that Cat Williams said. We're going to go into that too. But I want to start here first, because this particular interview came out a few days before Cat Williams. All at the beginning of the year, you had the Damon Wilson interview, and then a few days later, you had the Cat Williams interview. All right, Sanford and Son. Right, now, let me pull it up here. Give me one moment to pull it up. I'm going to pull up the interview, and I'm just going to play a couple points I really want to focus in on for this live stream to get us to where we're going and what we've been talking about so far. Right? The things we've been talking about so far, the disillusionment that was spoken of being broken, the illusion being broken, the disillusionment Albert Pike spoke about, that they would do in the end to Christians, showing that they have the power to delude, that they are Amalek when we look through history and through scripture. Here is the Damon Wilson interview. Off Comedy Hype, it says Damon Wilson set straight, Sanford and Son, End, Red Fox, Guns on Set, Mob Ties, and more. So Let's start here.
You know, your work with Red Fox, you would continue to do your own thing and start getting other roles. But at one point, it seemed like, I don't know if you deliberately stepped back or roles maybe.
I went into ministry.
Okay.
1983, brother. I went into ministry. I've preached this gospel around the world, Africa, Asia.
But the question would be, why would you leave Hollywood? You know, like what was.
Why do you keep using that word? Why are you using that word?
Hollywood.
So, first thing that stood out to me within this particular segment was this part of the interview was that Demond Wilson was doing Sanford and Son, and he was doing some other shows, and he left to go overseas to do ministry, to do missionary work. Right. So then this interviewer asked, "Why would you leave Hollywood? Like, you know, why would you leave Hollywood? Like, well, he just told him he went to go do ministry. Like, that should be case closed. Like, and this brother has on a shirt, looks like it's a black image of Christ. Like, certainly, brother, if you're representing Christ with that shirt, you would understand, like, Christ comes first. But see, this is part of the problem. But he starts talking about Hollywood, Hollywood, Hollywood. So the mind's like, why do you keep using that word? Let's see what his response is to this question.
It is a tiny little place of factories. I worked at an NBC factory, a CBS factory, a ABC factory. Studios are nothing but great big sound stages. Hollywood is a small community. Do you know what that sign?
He said that they're nothing but sound stages. These factories, CBS, NBC, ABC, these are nothing but sound stages. And what did we see when we talked about the word illusion? We saw the word stage, right? We saw that word stage. So within this now, what can be brought forth? He's going to break it down.
Up there, Hollywood stands for? Do you know what Hollywood is? It's a stick that witches use to conjure magic.
Hollywood, when you do the research, we've talked about this as a church many, many years. This is a man who would know, working in that industry. It's a stick used to conjure magic. Same magic of illusion. Same magic of delusion. Smoke and mirrors.
So Hollywood doesn't mean anything to me. I went to a factory and I went to work. I just did a series in Lynchburg, Virginia last summer that's playing right now on PureFlex, which is Sony based. If you have Prime Video, you can get that network, PureFlix. And the series is called Eleanor's Bench. I play the father of a high court judge. So no, I walked away and went full-time in ministry. I've had a calling on my life since I was 8 years old.
And so you just see how deep it is with, and if you knew anybody I remember watching Lamont, I think it was Oprah or one of those Donahue old school shows where he came on and he talked about, basically that, he was a follower of Christ. He believes in the Bible. He follows Christ. So this part of his story I was already familiar with, but he's going into the details showing that he was full-time in ministry during a certain part of his life where he stepped away from the industry and doing that kind of work. And he was out being a missionary for Christ, Africa, Asia, right? At the same time, breaking down what Hollywood is.
Okay, so you knew that.
You should have started there. You should have started. You didn't know I was in ministry for over 35 years?
I've seen clips. When you said it clicked, but I didn't know for 35 years. I did not.
Around the world, brother.
The reason why I laid it up in that fashion is because it seems very cliquish Hollywood from the outside looking in. Why? I mean, but why didn't we see you in certain cliques? Why didn't I see you in Harlem Nights? Did you get that offer? Like, I feel like you would have been right along.
I
Right
just told
along.
you, 1982, I went full time into the ministry. The Lord called me full time into the ministry. I preached before thousands in Africa, thousands in China, in every city and hamlet in America. How old are you?
I'm 35.
I gotta suit your age. That's why you don't know. I thought maybe you did your homework before you interviewed me. Hollywood, I've never had anything to do with any kind of clique. I'm not a cliquish person. When I grew up, I had followers. When I grew up, I had the kids followed me. They followed my dress style. They followed the coolness, the way I walked. When I was in the war, I was a leader. I ain't never followed nobody. So these cliques, I could tell you things about people you named that the little Fruit Loops. They bend over billies. You cannot make it to the top in that industry without selling your soul.
What do you know about?
Now we're going to talk about, as some would say, Hollyweird, right? Which we know is widely known as Hollywood in a moment. But it's a lot of things he's dropping, not necessarily things that we didn't know, but maybe also from a different perspective, maybe a little bit more added to what we knew, right? But this is coming from a man who you don't see talk like this about this industry and still be alive, right?
The brother that just came forward, Christian Keys, you heard of this young actor? He just came forward and said that he was sexually harassed by a billionaire Hollywood person in power. There's assumptions of names. Is that something that happened in your industry? Like, were you ever, respectfully, I'm asking you as...
Again, here you go. My industry. It's not my industry. I'm a Broadway actor. I came to Hollywood. Wait a minute. You didn't do your homework. I'm going to tell you. I came to California. I did a film in Canada called The Dealing or the Berkeley to Boston 40 Brick Bag Lost Blues. I went back to Broadway and I was at the Public Theater. Al Pacino was down there. The late Ron O'Neal was down there. You had a lot of actors that became famous that were down there working for Joe Papp in the Village at that theater. It's renowned. And Walter Mirisch from Mirisch Studio, from the Mirisch brothers, came to New York, and he cast me in my first major motion picture, The Organization, with Sidney Poitier.
Now, there's more there, but I want to get to the one more part in this. You all can watch this full interview if you haven't seen it. But there's a part at the end here I want to bring out too. I wanted to point out Hollywood. Magic stick. Okay? A magic stick is what Hollywood means.
Red was strapped, I was strapped. You get ignorant, you're going to get bust on.
In our closeout of this wonderful interview, what would you tell my generation? Like that, what would be the one nugget of like, from someone with wisdom and time on their hands?
90
Serve
seconds.
the Lord, love the Lord with all your heart, strength, soul, mind, and body. Put him first in your life. All that other stuff about career and success, hey, the way this world is going, they're not even going to use actors anymore after a while. They're going to use your voice and your image, and the AIs are going to do it.
They're going to use your voice and your image, and the AIs are going to do it. So many different things that was spoken of in this
60 seconds.
interview that I would like to talk about, but unfortunately, there's other things. I see the callers. I see y'all there in the queue. I'll get to y'all here in a moment. But I wanted to go to the Hollywood part because we're talking about that man of sin, and we've also been talking about Cat Williams. What's Cat Williams talking about? A lot about Hollywood. right? We're going to come back to Cat in the Hat. But Cat spoke about the Illuminati. And here we have what? An Illuminati
10 seconds,
card game, for those that are familiar with this card game. And they have a Hollywood card. And it says here, behind the phony tinsel of Hollywood lies the real tinsel. So what do we even see within this quote by Oscar Levant about Hollywood? There's a phony tinsel, right? So that's already an illusion, a disillusionment, giving you something that's not real. Lies the real tinsel. And notice the word lies, right? The power of Hollywood, both regular and global, is increased by 2 for each media personality in your power structure. Let's talk about Hollywood. Let us talk about Hollywood. Who owns Hollywood? Who can we say makes up Hollywood? Holly weird. Well, we come here off of HollywoodReporter.com. 98 prominent Hollywood Jews back Iran nuclear deal in open letter exclusive. Matthew Weiner, Eli Broad, Norman Lear, who is this man here who just recently passed. We'll talk about him here in a moment. And Frank Gehry are among those who warn of a tragic mistake should Congress kill the agreement. So Norman Lear is actually been credited with the bringing Sanford and Son to be what it was. He's been giving a lot of credit. But when you watch the DeMond Wilson interview, he specifically says that Norman Lear had nothing to do with the creation of Sanford and Son. He lied. And this man was taking credit for all kind of shows that were not his shows. What do we see synonymous to what we talked about tonight so far? We're dealing with Amalek. Liars. Right? Liar, liar, pants on fire. Those who would say they are Jews but are not, but do lie. Working behind the scenes. And again, they're the ones in power. And underneath them working, you'll find who? Us. Movies, music, sports, entertainment, while they take all the credit. And they're claiming that they are also the real Jews, which we could say, well, if we're the real Jews, they're also taking credit for our identity. Sports, theguardian.com. Why it's still great to be Jewish in Hollywood. And we have an image here of Steven Spielberg, another top Jewish producer, director, controller, influencer of Hollywood. So we see who clearly is running and producing these shows, right? We're seeing who's running and producing these shows. It's Amalek, who we're bringing it out. They're the man of sin identified in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 we were reading about. We're also reading about that they have the power of illusion to cast spells and break spells. They've even given us Christianity and disillusioned us through Christianity. What else do we have here? Speaking of Hollywood, now, we talked about the disillusionment that Albert Pike said they would do in the end to Christians. We talked about the word where it comes from, illusion, leading to delusion. We talked about smoke and mirrors, magic, making people see something that's not really the case, or to draw one's attention from one thing to something else in a stage distraction. I think you can't go any further with where we've gone so far, speaking of Hollywood, and the example, the perfect example, to now bring all this in Hollywood full circle. Everybody's seen The Wizard of Oz, right? Anybody out there not seen The Wizard of Oz? Here is the wizard. Speaking of wizards, wizards cast spells. The 75th anniversary, meeting the wizard. So now here you have Dorothy, the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion meeting the Wizard of Oz.
Come on.
Fair use. Fair use.
Forward! Tell me when it's over. Look at that. Look at that. I want to go home. I am Oz, the great and powerful.
Smoke and mirrors. Anybody? Here we have the smoke and a image being produced from the smoke, right? Some type of reflective device or mirror now producing this image of what would be said to be the Wizard of Oz, a apparition or a ghost, per the definition. And notice, interesting, we're going to talk about this too tonight. Does this look like an alien to you? Isn't it interesting how they would make this Wizard of Oz image into the image of what you would think to be like a little green man or an alien? Is that going on in our reality? And have we talked about that in our previous streams? Let's keep going here.
Who are you? Who are you?
If you please, I am Dorothy, the small and meek. We've come to ask you.
Silence!
Oh, Jiminy Cricket.
The great and powerful Oz knows why you have come. Step forward, Tin Man.
Also notice these characters and the similar attributes that they all share. You have the Tin Man, who is without a heart, right? We can say if you don't have heart, you have some level of fear, lack of courage. You have the Cowardly Lion, which we know that's also lack of courage. Then you have this Scarecrow who's always scared, which also is a level of fear But not only does this scarecrow, is he scared, but he also has no brain. So he's fearful with no brain. So we have no brain, no knowledge, scared, no courage. We see the lion, and we know who the lion is according to scripture, Judah. And we have no heart.
You dare to come to me for a heart, do you? You clinking, clanking, clattering collection of colliginous junk?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. You see, a while back, we were walking down the yellow brick road, and...
Quiet! And you, Scarecrow, have the effrontery to ask for a brain. You billowing bale of bovine fodder!
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, Your Excellency. Your wizardry.
Enough!
Your wizardry. And check out the wizardry. We also read in Revelation 13, talks about the beast should make an image, and those that would not worship the beast's image should be killed. Notice how the scarecrow was down on his knees worshiping, holding his face to the ground, his hands to the ground, worshiping the image of this beast. This beast-like image that you see on the screen.
And you, lion! Well?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, frightening him like that when he came to you for help.
Silence, whippersnapper! The beneficent Oz has every intention of granting your requests.
What's that? What'd he say?
Now let's go to the next scene. After meeting the wizard, now they want their requests met. Courage, brain for knowledge, and a heart. Fair use.
Please, sir, we've done what you told us. We brought you the broomstick of the Wicked Witch of the West. We melted her.
Oh, you liquidated her, eh? Then...
So not only do you have a wizard, but you also have a witch. All kinds of sorcery, right? And this is one of the biggest, earliest movies Hollywood put out. I think the first color movie, when it was made into color, am I mistaken? The magic stick she puts down of the witch that allows her to fly.
Very resourceful.
Yes, sir. So we'd like you to keep your promise to us, if you please, sir.
Not so fast. Not so fast. I'll have to give the matter a little thought. Go away and come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, but I want to go home now.
You've had plenty of time already.
Yeah. Do not arouse the wrath of the great and powerful Oz. I said come back tomorrow.
If you were really great and powerful, you'd keep your promises.
Do you presume to criticize the great Oz? You ungrateful creatures think yourselves lucky that I'm giving you audience tomorrow instead of 20 years from now.
Oh.
The great Oz has spoken.
Oh.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. The great Oz has spoken.
Who are you?
Oh, I am the great and powerful
Wizard of Oz.
You are? I don't believe you.
No, I'm afraid it's true. There's no other wizard except me. You humbug! Yes, it's exactly so. I'm a humbug.
Oh, You're a very bad man.
Oh, no, my dear. I'm a very good man. I'm just a very bad wizard.
So now, what is Hollywood showing us? A whole lot of stuff. But we're seeing what? At the end, that man of sin being revealed, who's been operating behind the curtains, projecting the illusion, the delusion. He's the Jew. He's God's chosen, right? He's inflicting trauma on the citizens of the whole world, of all of Oz. They're all scared, traumatized of this wizard to where nobody wants to deal with him, but all his tricks and illusions was just sorcery, was magic. Speaking of trauma, because this whole movie was one big trauma-based event. It was all built upon fear, lack of courage, no heart, no brain. We have we talked about this before. I'm going to show this video here. A Reese Report video, trauma-based mind control.
In trauma-based mind control, trauma is used to hack into the mind and body's defense systems in order to train a person's behavior. This is accomplished in 3 steps. In step
To do what? To hack and control a person's behavior? Similar to smoke and mirrors?
body's defense systems in order to train a person's behavior. This is accomplished in 3 steps. In step 1, the victim's identity is destroyed. This is achieved by depriving the victim of their basic needs and inflicting pain upon them until they become exhausted, confused, and disoriented. In this state, they no longer trust themselves and become receptive to guidance from an outside authority.
Now they're looking for guidance from an outside authority, similar to what Albert Pike told us. Christians now disillusioned, looking for an ideal, looking for direction and compass. They've given up on Christianity, you see. So this is a method that's used by what they would call the Illuminati, but it's Amalek. These are their tactics of how they keep their citizens under control through the trauma, through the magic, through the smoke and mirrors.
Step 2, through a strict system of rewards and punishments, the victim is imprinted with a new identity. The new identity is trained to self-isolate by having it denounce everything associated with the previous identity. And finally, with step 3, through the continued use of trauma, the rebuilding of the victim's new self is crafted and maintained however the mind controller chooses. For this to work, the subject must remain oblivious to the fact that they are being trained. This is accomplished by keeping them in a helpless victim state of mind.
The person who's being controlled must not know that they're being controlled by keeping them in a victim state of mind. Similar how we as Black people have taken on this victim culture.
With the use of trauma, the entire method requires regular ritualistic abuse to keep the target in the victim state. Declassified documents show how drugs and sensory overload are used to inflict trauma upon the public, but high-level slaves are often procured.
And here we have what? Skull and Bones, another secret fraternal order. We're going to talk more about them in a moment. Skull and Bones, the Bushes, who were said to be of one of the highest secret fraternities, secret societies called Skull and Bones.
From families with an established history of child abuse.
And so when you see these family lineages like this, where you have Prescott Bush, who was instrumental in the Operation Paperclip behind the scenes, the creation of the CIA, FBI, his son, George Bush Sr., and then his son, George Bush Jr. See, now we're identifying Amalek when it's family lineages, and it's all in the family. And it's interesting that Norman Lear, speaking of the man who was trying to take credit for Sanford and Son, had a show called All in the Family.
Multi-generational trauma abuse is when a person abuses their child, and that child grows up to abuse their child, and that person grows up to abuse their child, and so on. This increases a person's susceptibility to trauma-based mind control.
And so we're seeing this happening to children, to where you're grooming children underneath this trauma-based mind control, to where from one generation to the next, this is how you groom. This is how this is how Amalek keeps their bloodlines intact, keeps their agenda moving forward, so that the next successor comes right in line, and they're trained to carry out exactly what the predecessor was doing. The mystery of iniquity at work.
Experiments with mice have shown that the offspring of a traumatized pregnant mother are born depressed and exhibit problems socializing with others. A nurturing upbringing by a healthy surrogate mother did not reverse the abnormal behaviors, indicating an in utero transformation of the brain. And bioinformatic analysis revealed long-lasting alterations in the DNA. This is why the CIA is known for targeting children from families of multi-generational child abuse. They are easier to mind control. This is why world leaders...
This is why what? Let's hear that again. It's very important, family. This part right here.
...is known for targeting children from families of multi-generational child abuse.
They target families of children who are known to be in multi-generational child abuse. We're talking about children here. I'm going to continue to keep talking about children.
They are easier to mind control. This is why world leaders are all from the same bloodlines. This brutal technique has been used and understood for centuries. And if a group of people vying for power wanted a loyal army of soldiers,
what do we have here, children? We have here children. If they want a loyal army of soldiers, they do what? And look at this kid right here, looking all the way bugged out. This one too. Do these eyes here look like normal eyes of a child? This one looking like it's in a straight daze. And these are white children, grooming them to be the next presidents, CEOs, governors.
Centuries. And if a group of people vying for power wanted a loyal army of soldiers, the easiest way would be by breeding them. And the evidence shows that this is how our society was created. From the middle of the 19th century and well into the next, hundreds of thousands of orphans were distributed and sold in the United States.
Hundreds of thousands of orphans were distributed in the United States. What does it say here? Freemason baby factories of the Odd Fellows. Where did we see that at earlier? You guessed it, Albert Pike. What was Albert Pike originally? Before he became a Scottish Rite Freemason, Pike first joined the Fraternal Independent Order of Odd Fellows. They were distributing orphans like baby factories for this trauma-based mind control grooming. And what are we seeing right now happening in New York? We're going to come back to this. Off AP News, discovery of a tunnel at a Chabad synagogue spurs false claims and conspiracy theories. Remember what the elder was talking about earlier? About these children? Moloch sacrifice. But you also have to have those children who are going to be trauma-based, mind-controlled slaves to be groomed to be your next leaders. But look at all of what they're doing with these children. Freemasons, synagogues, Albert Pike, Jewish. It all connects, family.
Thousands of orphans were distributed and sold in the United States and millions worldwide. They were advertised, delivered by train, and sold at fairs. In America, these orphans
sold at fairs. And notice here, anybody who's familiar with Freemasonry could look at this and see all type of symbolism going on. Your five-pointed star pointing down, your twin pillars. You got your all-seeing eye at the top. Keep this all-seeing eye in mind. With Freemasonry, we're going to come back to it here real shortly.
Orphans were being managed and distributed by a private organization.
Here it is again. All-seeing eye in the pyramid. There goes your heart, cowardly lion. Let's back up some. Wanted homes for children.
Delivered by train and sold at fairs. In America, these orphans were being managed and distributed by a private organization from Britain known as the Odd Fellows, many of whom were orphans themselves. The Ancient Order of Odd Fellows is an international fraternity whose members, such as Albert Pike and...
Now, does that sound like a organization that you would want to be part of? Odd Fellows? I wonder what's odd about them. I wonder what's odd about these men.
As Albert Pike and several U.S. presidents during the orphan train years were often members of Freemasonic lodges as well. With their first official lodge in the United States established in 1819, the Odd Fellows are officially committed to educating orphans, but they seem to have been procuring them and breeding them as well. The Odd Fellows' first female chapter, the Daughters of Rebecca, was founded right before the orphan trains began, and a depiction of their work shows hints of mass breeding and surrogate motherhood. They worked closely with the Odd Fellows at large institutions known as orphan asylums and foundling asylums, where many members themselves were born. The Rothschild banking dynasty provided funding for several of these orphan asylums. According to Philip Eugene de Rothschild, the family has privately bred over 100,000 offspring, including Adolf Hitler. This is why pedophilia is so prevalent among the families of world leaders. While it is used for extortion, its primary function is for trauma-based mind control, because to the mind controller, trauma equals transformation.
Trauma-based mind control. Because to the controller, trauma equals what? Transformation. Being changed into something else. The people go through, are people going through a metamorphosis now that took the vaccine? All kind of metamorphosis going on.
And there is nothing more traumatizing to a person than pedophilia. If you had 1 million mind control slaves placed in positions of power, then you could control entire nations, but only
if you had 1 million mind controlled slaves put into position, then you could control nations. So imagine your presidents, your CEOs, your general managers, your governors, your senators, your congressmen and women, your principals, your superintendents, your police chiefs, all these people being put in position. Why do you think all these scandals break out with these people that are in position? Because now when they're in position, now they can now groom the children. They're looking for the children. Where are the children? Let us make broken homes in the Black community so we can separate father and mother from child and have access to their children and groom them. And if they can't get direct access to the child, they can do it indirectly through media, TV, phone, right? Through the illusion of their sorcery devices, their technology, the tricknology, right? So they're putting all this in place, and now once they're in position, now they can bring the children onto the Moloch ritual initiation, sacrifices or whatever. It's all Molechian. It's all a Molechian order. And that's why it's all coming out now. It's being exposed. We're going to go into the exposure of it here in a moment.
The masses were also kept in a relative state of trauma. Greg Reese reporting.
See that? Now, with these people in position, now that you've groomed these people under your trauma-based mind control, these are your controllers. These are your handlers, your agents. What are most people in the industry called? Who you have that you know help you with your contracts are called agents. What is their typical persuasion? Jewish. Your agents. Now they're in position to control you and to bring trauma into your life for the control. And so we're constantly being bombarded with trauma, which keeps us in a state of fear and control. Right? And so they're utilizing all their different devices. We've seen that word earlier in the definition. Devices that they can get access to our minds for fear and control. It's the trauma-based mind control. And so when you turn the TV on, what do you see? You know, traumatizing events, shocking events, shocking situations happening and going on. Right? And so let's continue here. Coming back to this discovery of a tunnel at a Chabad synagogue, which it shows video footage of them finding children. Not necessarily children, but blood of children. Why are we being shown this, family? Why now? Why is all this being brought to us now? And notice how you have the handlers, your mainstream media fact checkers, fact focus, because there are narratives now, and they're trying to claim that it's false claims and conspiracy theories. We're going to break it all down on why this is happening the way it's happening. This is all part of their programming. Not that it's not happening, but it's a reason why it's happening and why it's being exposed. Right? That man of sin, as we were told in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, will be revealed in his time. We're in the time of revelations. That word reveal means to revelation. And I'm gonna go into why. We're gonna go into why he's being revealed. Right, some more insight into this revelation of this man of sin being revealed. All right. It's all coming out. Who these people are, they're not the real Jews. They never were. They're dark orders, they're secret societies, they're Moloch worship, they're child sacrifice, they're rituals, they're initiations. Right? We're in the time of the awakening. But is there some smoke and mirrors happening also within all that? I'm going to pull something up here for you all. I'm going to pull something up. Still dealing with Hollywood. All right, let me refresh using a lot of memory here. Let me refresh my memory. Computer's moving.
The hardest job tonight.
How many of y'all remember this? The slap heard around the world. Let me one moment. clear some memory. Pull this back up. Got a lot of stuff running, so the computer's running a little slow. Who remembers the slap heard around the world? We're going to watch it. Right? Easy how it is to forget because so much is happening. And it's the reason why I'm coming here. It's a reason why I'm coming to this video. So we can relive this moment.
Job tonight, Javier Bardem and his wife are both nominated. Now, if she loses, he can't win. He is praying that Will Smith wins. Like, please, Lord. Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just...
Keep my wife's name out your...
Wow, dude.
Yes.
It was a G.I. Jane jump.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
I'm going to, okay? Okay. That was a greatest night in the history of television.
That was the greatest night in the history of television.
Okay. I'm out here.
Now, real quick, and I want you all's honest reaction or response to this. Right? I'm not talking about now that time has passed because this was what, a year or two ago. And you may, have your view of this situation now. But when you first saw or heard about this, I just want to look in the chat and see y'all's response. What did you first think when you saw this happen? What was your reaction when you first seen this? Let me check out some of your, when you first seen it. Not how you feel now that time has gone by, you've had time to think about it. Somebody says fake, a skit. I thought it was scripted. And my husband wanted to know why Will Smith laughed. Confused. Somebody said they thought it was real. I asked why. Somebody says it was a ritual, distraction. So a lot of people, looks like they thought it was fake initially when they first seen it. Somebody said, I thought Chris should have slapped him back. Okay. A lot of response there, right? So let me ask you now. Somebody says Will Smith wouldn't hurt a fly. Let me ask y'all now. I mean, not that you, based upon a lot of comments, what do y'all think about this now that time has gone by? Do you still feel it was fake? For those who thought it was real, do you think it's fake now? What is everyone's opinion on it now? Has it changed, or do you still feel the same way? Hasn't changed. I still feel it's fake. Hasn't changed. I still feel it's real. Hasn't changed. I think, I'm confused. Just looking at some of your reactions here, right? Someone says it looks real now. So for those of you who think, because when I first seen it, I'll tell you my thoughts when I first seen this. I'm looking at, it's a stage. You're talking about Hollywood. They're at a Oscar ceremony. Okay, receiving an award. And what do you have here? You have Will Smith, Chris Rock, who are both known to be comedians, also known to be actors and entertainers. Right? And we know that the Hollywood is the magic stick. You've seen the word stage being used when it comes to the illusion. That the stage is the perfect platform for the illusion to be projected upon the masses. Well, how many of you all, and I think some of you are in the chat responding, but for those maybe have not seen this, I'm going to show it and see how many people knew about this.
Like you lost those last few pounds. Angela, looks like you picked up that bit of weight Jeremy dropped. Could have been a carrot in that dress, but I guess you brought pumpkins back in season tonight. Good thing there's no fairy godmother around you be carting Cinderella off to the ball. Oh, what's this? Elijah taking the stage. Wow. Elijah Lewis just slapped the heck out of me.
Don't you ever talk about my wife that way.
Relax, my friend. It was just a joke. I'm a comedian, Elijah. You know how it is. No disrespect, Angela. You're gorgeous.
I said keep my wife's name out your mouth, Corey.
So this video says now we know Will Smith copied an old movie. But not just Will Smith, you also have Jada Pinkett, you had Chris Rock. How many of you all didn't know about this old movie? I'm not sure the name of the movie. Looks like a maybe 70s production, late 70s, early 80s. How many of you weren't aware that this was actually a movie and it was pretty much almost the exact same script followed by Will Smith, Chris Rock, Jada Pinkett, and the audience? Somebody says they didn't know. All right. And it's a reason why I'm showing this. There's a reason why I'm showing this. I'm going to get to it. Because we're talking about Hollywood. We're talking about Amalek here. And after this, you had what? After this Will Smith event, you had the ceremony, receiving of the award.
Will Smith!
So right after the slap comes the award. after receiving of the award, what comes next?
In this time in my life, in this moment, I am overwhelmed by what God is calling on me to do and be in this world. Making this film, I got to protect Ingenue Ellis.
Interesting. He got to protect the children in this film, the children that played the characters in this film, as he was the father of Venus and Serena, and they were the children who played their characters in this film.
Who was one of the strongest, most delicate people I've ever met. I got to protect Sanaya and Demi, the two actresses that played Venus and Serena.
Now, what he means by protect is very peculiar in itself. But what follows that, talking about the children,
to love people,
comes the tears. Now, somebody could say, he's in an emotional state. He's just, over emotional about receiving this award. But when I seen this, and I'm watching this whole thing take place, because when we're dealing with Hollywood, and these type of events, I don't believe it until something convinces me that it's real. That's kind of just how I've been trained to think when it comes to these scenarios. That's just me. All right, not saying I'm right or wrong, but that's just how I look at these things. But understanding the concepts behind trauma-based mind control, right? Understanding these Freemasons and how their sorcery works, their initiations, their rituals, right? This is what came to mind. This particular movie let me close some of this. How many have seen Get Out? The movie Get Out, and it talking about the sunken place. Fair use? Very strange that this is happening. Don't typically deal with this.
Come here, Chris. Look at me.
Found it.
Where was your mom?
She was coming home. She wasn't home.
From work? And what did you do?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I just sat there.
You didn't call anyone?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I just thought that if I did, it'd make it real.
You're so scared. You think it was your fault?
You so scared. And what's happening here is this particular woman, she's using her tea glass as her teacup as a hypnotizing mechanism, at the same time asking him about a very traumatizing event, putting him under a spell.
How do you feel now?
I can't move.
You can't move.
Why can't I move?
You're paralyzed. Just like that day when you did nothing. You did nothing. Now, sink into the floor.
And he's saying he can't move. And he went to a memory of him when this traumatic event happened. I think it was his mom died, where he's in front of the TV, the programming device, the magic box.
Wait.
Sink.
As a child experiencing a traumatizing event, sitting in front of the TV, which is the programming device, reliving that moment, her hypnotizing him through trauma. This is your trauma-based mind control at work. Hollywood is showing us. And telling him to sink into the sunken place, a dimension to where he's not in control over his body, right? He's trapped in his own body where he has no control. And this is very much can be described as those people who have taken the vaccine, who are being prepped for the transhumanistic changeover into their, total, the demonic possession, where they no longer have control of their body. They're there, but they're not there. They don't have any control. They're in the sunken place. We're seeing that happening right now with people going brain dead. The damage is happening to their brain from the vaccine.
Now you're in the sunken place.
Imagine being trapped in your own body and can't do anything. And of course, in the movie, he wakes up more there. But the reason I'm showing you this is because Hollywood is showing us a lot. I'm showing you this. I'm showing you the Wizard of Oz, the fear, the courage, no heart, the spell casting, the hypnosis. Because what is Hollywood showing us? They're showing us that they are using trauma-based mind control on us. This is the reason why they give us these shocking events. These traumatic events. When you looked at Will Smith on stage crying, when he was in the crowd and Jada was behind him, was Will Smith under a spell? Was he hypnotized? Right? Was he breaking down and having one of his trauma-based mind control moments? I don't know. Right? I know he was also in another traumatizing scenario with Jada. What was the name of her show? I forget the name. Was it The Red Room? I don't watch that stuff, so I don't know the name of it. But whatever the name of her show, when she came on and told Will Smith that she had an affair with her son's friend, and what did Will Smith do? She was, divulging this to him in front of the whole world. Right? Very traumatizing, very emasculating. So it's Jada, his handler. These are the questions I ask. His handler. Does she really have alopecia? Because when you look at the bald head on a woman, and this isn't, a shot at any woman who does have that, but understanding that that's also ritualistic. Remember when Britney Spears shaved her head bald? Has anybody checked out this this I don't know, call a rapper, this artist, music, they call them art, right? Doja Cat shaving her head bald, right? Because it's a form of these are rituals. And Whitney was having her breakdown because shaving of the head also can be looked at them trying to break their mind control. Right? You had the Kanye West event where he was calling out the Jewish people and talking about how they had put him on drugs and he was trying to get away from them and they're using drugs to control me. And a lot of people think that this particular part in this movie, basically this is a Kanye West inspired movie with him being this black man, this black character in this movie. And these are the Kardashians. This is the mother Kardashian. They go after black men. They're getting black men through the daughter. Every time you look up, you see who, these Kardashians are going for. Typically, it's black men being brought to the mom to be put under the trauma-based mind control, the witch. Right? Let me see here if we have more. So now moving forward, because now we get to Cat Williams. And why did we go through all that to come here? And let me check real quick. I see you on the line, callers. Let me go to the call lines here. Well, I'm gonna open the call lines back up. So if you get dropped off, don't worry. I'll open it back up. 574-954. I see you there. Just trying to get through this first segment as we transition into the next segment. But now we get to Cat Williams. And a lot of truth being spoken of in this interview. A lot of truth. Cat Williams is known to use the term Illuminati. We saw that Albert Pike's letter. He also was calling out Hollywood. Like Will Smith, like Chris Rock, the men who Cat Williams is and the men he called out are all what? Comedians, actors, entertainers. Right? And I'm watching it and like, man, there's some things he's saying that's like, wow. But at the same time, it's like stuff that for me, the wow wasn't so much what he was saying, but the fact that he was saying it on the stage, he was saying it, because it was a lot of stuff that we already maybe knew or suspected, but it's good for us when we hear somebody who's speaking truth on a stage and platform like that. He made a statement 2024 is the year of truth, and race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And you hear statements like that and you're like, wow, right? It's great to have one of us speaking out and saying these things, right? And putting it all out there when it comes to a lot of this stuff happening. And that's where, I said to myself, well, is this the year of truth, or is this the year of smoke and mirrors? Is what we're being shown and told, not that it's not true, but is there something else going on here that could maybe divert us from what we should be focused on? Remember, Paul told us, be not deceived by any means. Right? So you had that part. But one thing I did notice was that for the most part, who Cat Williams was calling out was all black men. And I started asking myself, well, yes, we need to hold our leaders accountable. These are men who are in position of leadership over the black community. Typically, when there are black issues, these are the men that are put to the forefront and are there to speak on our behalf on a grand scale. So yes, if these men are gatekeepers, if they're doing things to children and all of that, yes, these men should be called out and held accountable. But what about the men? What about those who are behind these men? How about the men that are behind giving these men the platform? Who are producing the shows that these men and the movies that these men star in, funding, directing, these studios that these men collaborate with and make contracts with, right? I didn't hear Cat Williams call them out. And so that's where my issue was within all this, is that, that's not what's being done here. We're seeing this campaign against black men. And so when the year ended with this whole Puffy thing, Puff Daddy and TD Jakes, and then I seen this, I started kind of, my head, a lot of truth coming out, but still like, okay, but let's talk about, you said the Illuminati, which really isn't even a word people use, which is, that already sounds suspect to use that word. That's more of an older word. People don't even really use that word like that anymore. Let's call out the Illuminati, the people, the dark powers that are behind the scenes, working, pulling the strings, the masters, those who are in power, that have the real power here, right? The funders. And so let me ask, have any of you brothers and sisters seen this image before? How many of you brothers and sisters have seen this image? And what do you think about this image? This is some of the same jewelry he had on during his interview with Shannon Sharpe. You can see the rings and the bracelets and his medallion. I guess that's his, I don't know if that's his logo or what, but it's on his hat. It's on his wrist. But the main pose, more so than anything, is the two fingers and the eye, right? So I saw this image. I hadn't seen this image until later after watching the interview. But there were some things in the interview that stood out to me that already had me thinking a certain type of way, and then I seen this. And then it reminded me of other people. And I'm just going to call it the industry. You may call it Hollywood, but I'm looking at movies, sports, music, politics. I'm putting it all in one bubble, and I refer to that as the industry. Similar to DMX, he called it the industry. Because they cross over, some sing and act, some do comedy and act or rap. They do a lot of, some may even run for office or be heavily involved in politics. But started seeing this, started taking me back to some of these other artists and industry members. Celine Dion, Eyes on Me, and Katy Perry. Right? What is this that they're doing with their eyes? Well, it's the all-seeing eye in the unfinished pyramid is what they're doing. So Cat Williams talks about the Illuminati. Certainly he's aware of this pose. Is this comedy? Is this just him being funny? Or is he mocking the Illuminati? I don't know. Right? But I do know the origin of this all-seeing eye is Masonic. Right? It is Masonic. And when you look, you have it on our dollar bill attached to the money, which is key in itself, the fact that it's attached to our money. Novus Ordo Seclorum, New World Order, or secular, new secular order. Annuit Coeptus, God is well pleased. God is well pleased with what we have done. And it's on the dollar of the United States, which we know is Babylon. It's on the money, which a lot of people would say the all-seeing eye of Ra at the top of the pyramid. So, really what I would just say on the Cat Williams, the whole thing, I'm not saying he's a Freemason. I'm not saying that, that he is working as what people might call an agent or a controlled opposition. I don't know. Right. But what I can say is that when it comes to Hollywood, and yes, these things should be called out that's going on, but I find the timing interesting. The fact that this is how 2024 started, and you look at the shock, because really when we talk about trauma-based mind control, what was being said was very shocking, right? For some people who are fans of the people he was speaking about, can be very traumatizing because those are, hey, that's my friend, or that's the person who I admire. And now this becomes very traumatizing. So I look at it could also be attached to that world of trauma-based mind control. These very shocking, traumatizing. You showed Will Smith and Chris Rock, very traumatizing, right? The timing. At the same time, you have this, at the same time, you have a lot of things happening and coming out. The Epstein list coming out right now, also dealing with children, pedophilia, Hollywood. So really, when you look at this, is part of that disillusionment that Albert Pike spoke about, that they must break us from the spell to bring us into the pure doctrine of Lucifer. And they're doing it with the trauma-based mind control, these traumatic, shocking events, the Jewish synagogue tunnels with children. Let's talk about that. Let's go back to the letter. What did Albert Pike say they must do when it comes to Zionists? The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agent tour of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, must mutually destroy each other. So what we're seeing happening right now, family, we're seeing that the Jewish, whether you want to call it Zionism, State of Israel, these synagogues, they're being exposed now more than ever to where you're not really hearing the anti-Semitic shield the way that you would typically hear it in times past. Like, it's all coming out on them. Understand that Albert Pike said that this must be destroyed. They must be destroyed too. The state of Israel must be destroyed. So what you do now, before you destroy the nation, you must destroy the people. You must destroy their image. Right? So what we also seeing with Cat Williams in this coming out is the fall of Hollywood. Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. So that means Hollywood must fall too. Your black entertainers, they must fall. The truth has to come out on them, one way or the other. Your white industry people, politicians, public figures, the Epstein files, they must fall. This is all part of destabilizing and destroying Babylon, one way or the other. And then we confirm it through scripture. 2 Thessalonians 2:6. And now you know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. The Bible tells us that that man of sin must be revealed. Right? Amalek must come from out behind the curtain with all his magic and be revealed and exposed. So that's what we're seeing happening right now, and on all different kind of levels. But what I would say also when it comes to the whole Hollywood thing, that's a deep rabbit hole. So I'm not telling people not to look at that to see what's happening, but I would warn people not to get caught up in the deep rabbit hole that could come from that, because what happens is now that Cat Williams has called out all these people, now everybody has something to say. Everybody is running. What is Steve Harvey saying? What is Kevin Hart saying? What is Cedric? What is Puff Daddy? What is TD Jakes? What are all these people saying? And it becomes this endless circle of confusion and gossip and rumor. All the while that's happening, what else is happening that we're not focused on? So what I wanted to do is, after bringing this out, transition to a lot of things that aren't even making the news, or maybe even grasping people's minds and attention about what's really going on right now. Yes, this should be talked about, but it shouldn't be overconsumed or overconsumption. Right? It's broke the internet, 50 million views. Was it done intentionally? I look at it that there's some type of strategic strategy to this here, whether it was Cat Williams' strategy to promote himself for his next, 100-city tour, or whether he was put up to it to begin this, working of bringing down the gatekeepers working under Amalek of our people, because they no longer are needed. It's time to take them down. They have to come down too. And we may do a future broadcast on this, because I wanted to show people Hollywood's ties to Jewish and Freemasonry, who Albert Pike was, that he wrote about all this, that they're bringing us into a new age of the pure doctrine of the worship of Lucifer. But speaking of fraternities, I know most of you probably are familiar with Sigma Pi Phi fraternity, the Boule. A brief overview, founded in 1904. This would be equivalent to your Skull and Bones. So on the white side, they have the Scottish Rite, they have Skull and Bones, and then on your black side, you have your Prince Hall, Freemasons, and your Boule. Let's read about it here real quick. In the article below, Rodney J. Reed, former Grand Sire Archon of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity and author of A Grand Journey, The History of Sigma Pi Phi Fraternity, briefly outlines the history of the oldest continuously existing Black Greek letter fraternity in the United States. Founded on May 15, 1904, Sigma Pi Phi fraternity, also known as the Boule, which in ancient Greece was a council of chiefs, is the oldest continuously existing Greek letter postgraduate fraternity, originally founded by and primarily for eminent Black professional men, right? Your upper echelon Black men, like those that would represent us in that industry we spoke about: politics, Hollywood, entertainment. And later, similar professional men of African descent throughout the world. Its founders were 6 exceptional men, 4 medical doctors, 1 dentist, and 1 pharmacist who at the time was a second-year medical school student. So what do? As children, they groom you in these fraternities in college, initiate you, which is the beginning of the initiation into the Masonic order of Freemasons, of Greek, when we're not Greek, right? Why are we mixed up in fraternal orders of ancient Greece culture? What are we doing? So some would say the men that you see here on your screen are Boule and others. T.D. Jakes, Puff Daddy, they've been initiated. They're in the, Boule or other secret societies and fraternal orders by some of the things that we've seen them do, some of the rituals that we see them caught up in. That could be true. I don't know. I'm not here to say who is and who's not. All I'm trying to do is warn brothers and sisters to be careful not to get too caught up in, we expose it, but don't get too caught up in all the backstory, which draws you away from the scripture, right? We have a lesson coming out tomorrow for those people who gather in our churches on the Sabbath. Keep the main thing the main thing. What is the main thing? The main thing is Christ. So when we lose focus of Christ, right, we can get distracted. We can get deceived by all means that Paul spoke about, that Christ warned us about being deceived when we lose focus of Christ. And it extends way beyond the information we're bringing out tonight. It could be when you look at 2 Thessalonians, what was the main thing that caused people to be deceived? Let's pull it up here. 2 Thessalonians 2:10 says, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth that they might be saved. So the deceivableness comes with what? Unrighteousness, sin. Only makes sense that the children of Satan, the man of sin, who come after the working of Satan, right, would then get us to be in sin through all of their, the pushing of their culture on us, their influence over us, them setting our people up and propping them up as puppets while they sit in the shadows and allow us to, be socially engineered by these quote unquote gatekeepers, these controllers of the Black community, to have us go in error of our culture, setting up matriarchy, all these things that they've set up to go have us go in error and to go in sin. And in that sin comes deceivableness. In that sin comes the deception. Now we're easily to be deceived because guess what? When you're in sin, you don't have the Holy Spirit. Without the Holy Spirit, you can't see. And so because they received not the love of the truth, right, they're not going to be saved. But what's going to happen to them? They're going to be sent into a strong delusion. Albert Pike said they're going to break that disillusionment, primarily of Christians, but even of the atheists, of the Zionists. Everybody's going to come under the pure doctrine of Lucifer, according to their plans. According to Revelations 13, those who shall not worship the beast or take its mark shall be killed. This is the time we're coming into. And so what I would what I would bring the equivalency to Cat Williams and what he brought out. Imagine we talk about smoke and mirrors and the magic and how deep the sorcery of Amalek is, of him being able to distract us, because the devil has to give us truth too. That's part of their order and ritual, is to give us truth. The reason why you see in these movies, in their entertainment, Cat Williams, truth is coming out. They have to give you truth. But imagine what I would say is, if you are, let's say you are in your house and someone calls you and they're telling you, this is a shock to you because you would never have expected this person to tell you this, but they're telling you how much they hate your guts. And now you're in a state of shock and trauma, and they're telling you the truth, but all the while they're telling you this truth, they're putting gasoline and, they're putting flammable things around your house to burn your house and set it on fire. And all they're doing is just keeping you distracted while they put everything in place. And you're so much caught up in the trauma of the shocking truth that's coming to you in that moment, you don't realize your house is being set on fire. You don't realize you're about to get burnt up in your own house. But you're receiving truth because the person really does hate. If they're going through all that to put your house on fire, they really do hate you. There's no love there. Right? So that's kind of what I was kind of comparing the Cat Williams situation to, is that, yeah, it's a lot of truth coming out. I mean, Cat was saying a lot of things, even on the Willie D interview. He said black people have lost their identity. They don't know who they are, but their oppressor knows who they are. It's things like that are dropped that really resonate. And it's good for us because it's like, man, about time somebody stood up for us. About time somebody up there, on that, in having that type of notoriety, starts speaking up for us. And it feels good. It really does. But we can't make this about Cat Williams, right? Or anybody else, because now we've lost track of Christ. And that's what they want. They want you to make it now it's Team Cat Williams. It's Team Steve Harvey. Again, what was the leave the world behind Obama 3-point plan? How to stabilize a nation, right? Have them fight amongst themselves was the most cost-effective way to destabilize a nation. If you can now cause this infighting in the black community of us fighting amongst each other, right? How can we stand in the day of Jacob's trouble when they're coming at us? They're setting our house on fire. They're putting the pyromaniacs in place around our home, which is the black community, and about to light it on fire. While they're giving us truth, while they're destroying us, they're destroying the Jewish people too, because that's in the Albert Pike letter. They must destroy Zionism, so they must create an image. So now people will detest them. So now you got people fighting on both sides. You got the Christians who are upholding them as the righteous, as God's people, right? God's chosen people, fighting against those that come against them. And now you have all those sympathizers for the Palestinians, the Muslim world, who they're now going to war with, right? They just need you on a side so they can destroy both sides. And after it's all done, break your disillusionment and tell you've been worshiping Satan and you've been lied to the whole time. You see that? So this just showing how deep Amalek's sorcery and magic works. And also, we talk about sorcery and magic, the smoke. The smoke can be used both ways. Smoke can be used as a defense mechanism. You've heard the elders talk about this in broadcasts recently, how they're throwing everything in their path trying to get away. You create the smoke, you create the diversion so you can now get away and everybody's focused in the confusion. You can't be seen and you get away. But also in the smoke can come an attack. Anybody who's familiar with, Batman, you may have seen him operate. He has the smoke pellet he throws down. He sometimes gets away in the smoke. Sometimes he throws the smoke and you're so disoriented in the confusion. He's beating you down and taking you out in the smoke. So the smoke works both ways. We talk about smoke and mirrors. And that's what we're seeing happening right now. Right? Just so people understand, why is all this coming out now? Why is 2024 started out in the way that it started out? And I didn't get to the callers and blog talk, but there's a little bit more information I wanted to bring out here, because we talk about the smoke and mirrors and the other things we should be talking about that aren't getting any attention. Right? But at the same time, other things that could be smoke and mirror type scenarios. So I know by now a lot of you all have seen this. In Miami, juveniles with sticks at the mall generated this police response the other day at the Miami Mall. Let's check this out real quick. So what you see here is pretty much the whole police force in Miami, who they surrounded a mall. It was said that they did this behind two kids with sticks fighting. So you sent all these police out to a mall where two kids were fighting with sticks. The airport was shut down. The police scanners were shut down for 4 to 6 hours. Many people were without electricity. You have people coming out saying that it was giants, and the media is not reporting on it. Now, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you what happened. See, I can only speak on things that I know. I typically ask questions. Was this a drill in any type of capacity? Because typically when we see these type of events where airports shut down, communications are shut down, electricity is shut down. That sounds like Leave the World Behind. What we seen with that cyber attack event, but this, of course, came and went. So was this a drill? Was it a real Nephilim event? Was it more smoke and mirrors Project Bluebeam, where it wasn't, necessarily real, but the appearance of being real? See, this is the era now we're living in, to where you're going to start seeing these events, and the only thing coming from it, especially if you're not in Christ, is confusion. Because guess what? Also with Freemasonry, their slogan is, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to show it to you. What also is the mission? Ordo ad Chaos. Ordo ad Chaos. Let me find the Masonic motto. Ordo ab Chaos. So we really want to understand from their side of things and what's going on. And I know that the elder read the Jewish text earlier too, where they wrote about their own prophecies and what is happening, and how they must also destroy Judaism in their own texts, their own, Talmudic texts. They wrote this. So they have a plan to destroy, those so-called, Jewish outer, underlings that have just been used as props. But Masonic motto, Ordo ab Chaos. Order out of chaos. So they must create as much chaos, because through the chaos is trauma. Through the chaos is confusion, pain. The trauma-based mind control to bring you under their control to where it's so much you just beg for the solution. And they say, okay, we got you. You must come down and take this mark. You must come down and take this mark. Was this another stage event? How many of you all saw Biden go before a black church and give a speech on this whole Israeli-Palestine conflict?
As many of you know, Jim is a teacher and a student of history. He knows the power of history. He knows the power of truth and the power of lies. He knows what happens when people are allowed to whitewash history, erase history, bury history. He knows what the Bible teaches. We shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free.
So here you have this guy whom I don't think we need to go into his history, at a church, black church at that, giving a speech on lies and the truth setting us free. And even within their lies, they tell the truth, half truths, right? They're so diabolical in how they bring forth truth. If you can read between the lies or lines. Let's keep going here.
But the truth is under assault in America. As a consequence, so is our freedom, our democracy, our very country, because without the truth, there's no light. Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
If you really care about the lives lost here, then you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
So you have these people who stand up in the middle of his speech who were talking about ceasefire now in Palestine, in Gaza. And as soon as they are at the door, you wouldn't believe what comes next. And, you know, it's crazy because as soon as they're right at the end of the aisle to the door, all of a sudden 4 more years breaks out. And take a look at your crowd here, family. This is a black church, but really all I see mainly is white people, especially here in the front. And then you see black people here in the back. And they're the ones standing up with this chant, doing this. You don't really see a lot of black people standing up chanting this. White people. When have you seen this many white people in a black church? And when we're living in the age of crisis actors, right? An age of smoke and mirrors. It makes this scene unbelievable, especially when you know the year we're in, which is really why this year before it started was going to, already the thoughts of being crazy because of the fact that we're going into the next election. This is an election year on the heels of what we've been through the past 4 years, right? Even before that, when Trump was in office, all the things leading up to this point, going into the halfway mark before 2030, with all the other things happening worldwide. And with Biden's numbers in the polls, because remember, their job is to keep you engaged. Their job is to keep you engaged and believing the lie that you vote and your vote counts. Why isn't anybody voting? Why are people not supporting? When you listen to the DeMond Wilson interview, he told us there's no such thing as voting. There's no such thing as elected presidents. They're selected and put there. The president has no power. It's all a facade, smoke and mirrors, right? Magic, sorcery, a spell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look, folks, I understand their passion, and I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. I'm using all that I can to do that.
Telling you whatever it is you want to hear. Let's see if America is doing exactly what Biden is saying they're doing, which is de-escalating tensions and war in the Middle East. Or are they doing the opposite? We're going to see here in a moment.
But I understand the passion. Look, folks, after the civil... Thank you.
Same thing. Hey, you had a sister in the audience who just started talking about how good, they don't understand. You're a good man.
Well, thanks.
Right? And you ask me, another Hollywood stage. I mean, this has got to be the biggest form of mockery after all the promises that the Biden administration made toward black people, to now at the end of the 4 years to be in a black church talking about truth. Right? This is total mockery. But this is a temperature check. All these things are temperature checks. Because one thing I did notice with the Cat Williams interview is I'm looking at the comments of people in the interview, is that people are hungry for truth right now. So they put these things out as feelers to temperature check to see what is the temperature of the population. Where are they at morally? So that they can go back and revamp and tweak, their blueprints and their agendas and their processes. If it's not working, we need to go back and tweak this up so we can have it like this, so that now we can get them on board or have them do this. We can now, remember, it's all about control. But people are hungry for the truth right now. And people are waking up and seeing the wizard behind the curtain. Again, that man of sin must be revealed. So people are now seeing it more than ever. And before you had this Cat Williams situation, let me pull it up here. You had another situation that was said to have broken the internet at the end of last year. And this is more so in the alternative community. Pull it up here real quick. And some of you may have seen this. I don't know if anybody has seen this. How many of you all saw the interview with Stu Peters and Alex Jones, Zionism Exposed? Right? Where Stu Peters was basically telling Alex Jones about the 6-pointed star as a Star of Remphan, how Jewish people control every aspect of our culture in America. They're over everything. that men of sin being exposed, and Alex Jones really pretty much trying to do damage control and trying to backpedal and not really wanting to talk about it, right? And trying to put us back under this ambiguous globalist Illuminati, you know, this whole vague idea of who's behind it all. No, that man of sin must be revealed. He must be identified. Because only through his identification can we now get to where the issue is coming from. And the fact that their daddy is Satan, giving them their power. But they would have agents in place, people in place, to keep these people protected. Well, guess what? Now, more than ever, you're seeing the alternative community waking up, being given the platform to speak out so that there is a side against them, because they need a side against them in order to destroy them. Right? Both sides. It's the Hegelian dialectic. It's the false left-right paradigm. Pick a side, blue or red, Democratic or Republican, Israeli or Palestinian, Jewish or Islam. So y'all get a chance, check out this interview. All right. And, you know, so I'm like, man, they're really going in on this Jewish thing. Whereas in the past, you couldn't talk about them. It was anti-Semitic and they would shut you down. But now we're seeing these tunnels, right? We're seeing all kind of stuff come out on them. If they didn't want it to come out, trust me, it would come out. And then you seen the Godfrey video where Godfrey was talking about the footage of these tunnels where these children were being, you know, victimized, where blood is everywhere. And then the woman that's there with him has on a Free Palestine sweater with a head wrap, looking like she was maybe Palestinian or Muslim. Like, okay, now I see why Godfrey, another comedian, actor, entertainer, given access to footage nobody else has. And they're trying to get us to pick a side. And really, they're trying to get us to be more so on the Palestinian side, to take the Palestinian side that they're being colonized against, when we don't realize that they were against us to help, you know, Amalek and Edom put us into slavery. Right. So we can keep going more and more on that. But what I really want to do now is, so because of all this stuff going on, we don't really see some of the news that we really should be paying attention to. We're so distracted with entertainment, Hollywood. Are we really seeing what's happening and about to happen in this country and globally? I want to show some of these things before we conclude. How many of you all seen or heard about Michelle Obama's interview talking about, I am terrified about what could possibly happen in the 2024 election? Let's check out some of these clips here.
But there's one more thing that I'm going to share with you before I go. A week ago.
Let me see here. Obama came out and said something. Right? So you had this whole Biden fiasco, right? So they're getting the whole election spell and their magic in place now to get people under the spell of what comes next with this upcoming election.
Things are getting so bad that even former President Obama is reportedly quite worried. The Wall Street Journal writing, quote, those concerns include former President Barack Obama, who knows this is going to be a close race and, quote, feels that Democrats very well could lose, end quote, the 2024 election, according to a person familiar with his thinking, who may or may not be Barack Obama. So, Harris, my question is, if the Obamas really want to help President Biden, we know that Hillary has pledged her support and she's going to go stump for the president. Why doesn't Michelle Obama go out there? Arguably the most popular Democrat in the bullpen.
Why doesn't Michelle Obama go up there? The most popular Democrat, and take over.
Last night.
Right? The matriarchy, the black woman. Or, maybe. Verdict's still out on that gender. But so you're starting to see her talk a lot about this upcoming election. You don't see Obama really talking too much. You see her. Obama might say something, but she's now giving interviews. Is she positioning herself?
What is the thing that keeps you up at night now, or what is your biggest fear now after having overcome so many?
It has less to do with me personally and more to do with the world that we're in. There's such a thing as knowing too much. And when you've been married to the president of the United States who knows everything about everything in the world, sometimes you just want to turn it off.
You know too much.
Right, it's like, I don't want to know what was in that folder that you just got that made you quiet. I don't want to know why the security just pulled you over. I mean, it could be any range of things that comes across the desk of the leader of the free world, right? So I know a lot about what's going on, and what keeps me up are the things that I know.
Mind you, these are the same people that funded Leave the World Behind, and people are saying Obama had input on the script, especially the 3-part plan. And they're getting up, and this is what they're telling you, right? Don't fall for it, family. Do not fall for it.
The war in the region, in too many regions. What is AI going to do for us? The environment, are we moving at all fast enough? What are we doing about education? Are people going to vote? And why aren't people voting? Are we too stuck?
Are people going to vote, and why aren't we voting? See, these are real concerns for them, because if you're not voting, what are you doing? You're not connected to the matrix. You're disconnected, right? They need to get you back online. They need your energy. They need your spirit, right? They need your voluntary worship of the beast. And if you're not giving the beast his worship, then your worship must be going someplace else, not to him. And it can connect to the heavenly realm to now come back to the Heavenly Father. They're concerned.
To our phones. I mean, those are the things that keep me up, because you don't have control over them. And you wonder, where are we in this? Where are our hearts? What's going to happen in this next election?
What's going to happen in this next election? We got the same question. We could tell you how things are trending and what things are shaping, especially with Hollywood. The magic stick is telling us what's coming, right?
I am terrified about what could.
She's terrified. See, again, it's all this fear. She wants you to be terrified. So you're under a constant state of trauma. That's where the control comes in. How many people ran down there to roll up their sleeves in 2021 out of fear, out of trauma?
Could possibly happen, because our leaders matter. Who we select, who speaks for us, who holds that bully pulpit. It affects us in ways that sometimes I think people take for granted. The fact that people think that government, does it really even do anything? And I'm like, oh my God.
See, that concerns them. Does the government really do anything? Right? They need government to be your God. Or they've lost control. And when they lose control of the people, now the people can uprise. The people can come against them. The people now have identified where the evil is and come against those evildoers. They're no longer hidden behind the curtain.
Does government do everything for us? And we cannot take this democracy for granted. And sometimes I worry that we do. Those are the things that keep me up.
What habits have you developed?
Those are the things that keep her up at night. Sure. people waking up and falling out of their control definitely is a concern. But here you have her, Oprah, interview on Netflix. Well, I say her, I'll say Michelle, right? So I don't know. I can't say one way or the other. Here's another clip. Let's check this out.
Apparently, Obama's always said, "I wish I would have been on the ticket because I would have beat President Trump."
Yeah, well, I think it's a hostile takeover because there is no Biden campaign. It doesn't exist. There's barely any staff. He doesn't go anywhere. He doesn't go anywhere, Jessica. And I think the Obamas are flabbergasted that Joe keeps saying, "We got this," when he clearly doesn't have this. The guy got so lucky. He only won last time. It was a once-in-a-100-year pandemic. And then big intel election interfered. That's the only way he got into the White House. So I heard Michelle Obama do an hour-long podcast yesterday. And she's talking about Gaza. She's talking about the border. She's talking about what keeps her up at night. And this may be even her saying, listen, I'm option 2 if the convention rolls around and Joe hits his head again. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but she's putting...
So you have this incompetent, demented, at least in the appearance that they're giving us, of Joe Biden. And then you have who waiting in the wings. Could be some positioning happening here. So these are the things we should also be paying attention to, because in the grand scheme of things, civil war breaks out, right? Who's going to be thinking about Cat Williams and what he said about Steve Harvey, right? And seeing these things also allows us to now stay focused, keep the main thing, which is Christ, not get distracted. He said to watch and pray and not get caught up in all the gesturing of the jesters. All right. So gonna go through this news real quick. That they're not talking about, that's not on the internet, that most people probably aren't aware of, things happening. So it says here on the economic collapse blog.com, 2024 will be a year of historic natural disasters. This is the first day of the year. How many people were aware of the earthquake that happened in Japan and also earthquakes in California that happened January 1st? Remember, we showed at the beginning of last year, there was the earthquake in Turkey. Well, first day of the year, off to a bumpy start, no pun intended, 7.6 on the Richter scale. 4 people are confirmed dead, while there are fears further victims could have been buried alive under rubble after more than 100 tremors rippled through Japan, including one 7.6 magnitude quake, sparking a major search and rescue operation. Why is this not in the media? Why is this not being talked about? Didn't really see any coverage. Japan's prime minister said rescue efforts have been made extremely difficult due to damage to roads in the Ishikawa prefecture near the epicenter of the quake. The main highway through the district has been completely closed, according to reports. So in the past, a 7.6 earthquake would have been talked about probably for a month or two. But now a 7.6 earthquake is not really a big deal. They happen all the time. No big deal. All these people dead, missing, no big deal. Nothing to see here. Oh, turn Cat Williams on. What is Cat Williams saying now about Steve Harvey? What is he saying now about Puff Daddy? Okay. Tsunami warnings were issued. There was actually big waves that hit the California coast and actually killed some people. So when we talk about natural disasters for 2024, what's happening right now? We have this huge Arctic blast coming in out of nowhere, because again, they got to continue to push the climate change. So they're going to have these you know, dramatic weather events and natural disasters to happen. Again, this is more of the trauma-based mind control too. To constantly see, you know, these events and be actually in these events running for your life, that's very traumatic. Losing people that you know or love in these events, very traumatic. Right? People are about to be traumatized out of their minds, ready to bow to Lucifer. Right? That's what people are being squeezed into. Bow to the beast. So from there, what do we have? Can the U.S. fight 3 major wars simultaneously? So at the beginning of the year, picking up from how last year ended, and what I thought was probably one of the biggest events was the Israeli-Gaza thing, Palestinian thing, Hamas thing. But you have here Ukraine, you have the Middle East with Israel and other countries surrounding. And I believe you also have here Taiwan and China. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah. So you have 3 wars that are wars and rumors of wars happening right now. Nobody's really much talking about. When you're speaking to people, what are most people that you know talking about? I'm talking about people that, friends, family, people that are maybe, you know, in the world. What are they talking about? Cat Williams? The Weinstein list or the Epstein list? Are they talking about how we're about to go into all-out war worldwide, which is going to totally destroy this world? No, see, that's not comforting. See, now Cat Williams, though, we turn that on, that's very entertaining. Right? Very entertaining. And it takes me away from all this drama going on. I'd rather just be an ostrich, stick my head in the ground, look the other way, have some, you know, because think about it. During times of, hardship, times of sorrow, don't you want a good laugh? Like, doesn't that help make you feel better when you're full of joy and you got people that keep you in a joyful spirit, laughing, right? So that's all part of them doing their job with the comedy, right? But giving you the truth at the same time. Comedians give a lot of truth. And from there, you have escalation is a word that you will hear a lot this year as the globe erupts in flames. And y'all are going to get all these articles. I'm not going to read through them. I'm just skimming so you can look into them. But I just want to show you, you know, what's not being spoken about. So we're seeing things escalate. Everything that you can think of that has been ongoing, Ukraine, Middle East, is escalating. Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. This was January 2nd. We're going to get current to where we are now. This is just all the stuff that's been happening since the beginning of the year. How the year got started. Like the temperature just got turned up on this prophecy. For the Middle East, there is no turning back. Right? Going into how the fact that, you know, this thing is so deep now that it's unavoidable. You can't stop it. The wheels are spinning on it. No way to avoid an apocalyptic war in the Middle East. And we know it's Bible prophecy. But this is just the actual news part to go with the prophecy, to give you what's happening real time with these Iranian leaders being killed, these Hezbollah leaders being killed, and them vowing revenge on Israel, just like Albert Pike told us. The Muslim world would be inflamed. All right, we have a Reese report here. Let's check this out. NATO plans false flag in Black Sea to launch World War III.
Just about every major government has been guilty of false flag operations to foment war. America has been guilty of several, but here are just a few. Civilian passengers were murdered when a torpedo hit the Lusitania. Investigations revealed that explosives were inside the ship, which was operated by war profiteer J.P. Morgan. This event is what brought Americans who were not previously interested in getting involved into World War I, where they lost over 100,000 sons and daughters. They were also not interested in getting involved in World War II, but after breaking Japanese encryption codes, the U.S. government knew of their plans to attack Pearl Harbor. But the big banks were funding both sides and expected massive profits. So they let it happen to encourage Americans to sacrifice nearly 500,000 of their children in the Second World War. In August of 1964, the USS Maddox and the Turner Joy knowingly lied about being fired upon by North Vietnamese ships. For 2 hours, they fired at nothing and maneuvered as if under attack. President Johnson was aware of this deception.
See, this is more Amalek sorcery, false flags, psyops, right? They operate in deception in order to bring about the desired result, what they're looking for. In this case, war. False flags, and now they can have an excuse to go to war. All right, so this has happened over and over and over again throughout American history, America doing false flags and going to war. This is Vietnam.
But kept it secret to initiate war against North Vietnam and to sacrifice over 50,000.
And what comes with war? Sacrifice. People dying. Right? And right now you're seeing a record low of people enlisting in the military here in the United States. But prophecy tells us that the men are going to die at war. So what are they going to do to get their numbers, their war numbers? Well, the only other solution is to bring back the draft, right? So that's something else that we could look forward in our future is sons and daughters, your sons and daughters being sent letters to get in this war.
Americans. About 3,000 people were murdered on 9/11 in the most notorious false flag in U.S. history.
Trauma, fear brings what? Control.
This was used as a catalyst for the endless destruction of several nations that continues today. Professor Stephen Starr, associate of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, was recently on Russia's Solovyev Live, where he discussed a plan being suggested by NATO forces in Germany that stinks of plans for a false flag operation to usher in World War III. They have suggested a scenario wherein Russia sinks an American cruiser in the Black Sea, followed by the United States attacking Russian ships with nuclear warheads, which would then be followed by a Russian nuclear strike against NATO headquarters and a major U.S. nuclear attack on all of Russia. They suggested more than 3,000 strikes within 1 hour and the destruction of all major cities in Europe and the United States. Professor Starr said this would result in 150 million tons of smoke and soot that would block out 70% of the sunlight in the northern hemisphere.
So what happens when these missiles and bombs start dropping and the smoke goes up? Speaking of smoke, right? Remember, smoke is a weapon. This smoke goes up in the atmosphere and blocks out the sun. Remember, Bill Gates said he wants to block out the sun. And now there's no sun coming to the northern hemisphere. So that means nothing is growing. Without sun, crops don't grow. Right? Brings famine.
And lasts about 10 years.
And lasts about 10 years. Can you imagine smoke? So much smoke in the atmosphere lasting and blocking out the sun for 10 years from war, from these bombs dropping. Right? So yeah, they would rather you think about what Cat Williams is saying than know about this, because if you knew about this, you may be doing more to try to stop it. than worried about these jesters.
About 10 years. It's important to note that it's been NATO forces alone who have been provoking war with Russia for decades, surrounding their border with missile systems and bioweapons labs, and overthrowing Ukraine with CIA color revolutions. The facts show that Russia has been given no choice but to defend themselves against deceptive Western aggression. The anti-human globalist forces that hold a firm grip on America are clearly trying to destroy it from within. If they wanted America to win a world war, then they would not be murdering U.S. troops with the deadly COVID shots.
What about all the troops now? The soldiers that are dying, that were mass vaccinated, that were told it was mandatory to take these shots. How are you going to fight a war when all your people are dying from the vaccine or damaged from the vaccine? You already have a record low of enlisting, and then the people who are in there are being murdered through lethal injection. Right? What war is America finna fight like this? And then the you know, the men are running around in drag. And the women are all masculine. Are women gonna be on the front lines fighting as men in these wars? Since women are equal to men and independent, let's see how many women change their tune about being equal to a man and independent when these wars break out and it's time to fight. I think that tone is going to change real quick. You can see a lot of women, you know, in the house trying to clean and cook, and hey, I'll submit and all that. Right?
Then they would not be murdering U.S. troops with the deadly COVID shots, and they would not be manipulating them to castrate themselves under the guise of transgenderism. The globalists want the United States to be plundered and destroyed, but they need a scapegoat to blame it on. And they.
And the term globalist, no, let's start using that term. Let's get rid of that term, and we're going to say Amalek. Right? From here on out, no more Illuminati, no more New World Order, no more globalists. It's Amalek.
They've clearly chosen Russia for that role. During the American Revolution, Catherine the Great of Russia unofficially supported the colonies by trading with them. Russian ships began delivering hemp, sail linen, and iron to American ports as early as 1763. During the War of 1812, Russia attempted to join as a third-party mediator in support of American independence. In 1863, Russia sent military fleets to New York and San Francisco to put pressure on the British and fight them if necessary. They patrolled the American shores for 10 months. This Russian support of a sovereign America is undoubtedly what led to the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, when the country fell into communist rule for 69 years. Today, Russia has asked for peace, but the evil powers that want endless war cannot survive unity between the East and the West. False flag operations are the modus operandi of the globalists, and war, mass murder, and division is all they desire. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reed.
And so fast forwarding now, we see this getting closer to the day we are at now, January 12th, getting closer to the current date. Things are escalating within a matter of days within the week of the first week of the new year. Will the assassination of the brother-in-law of the leader of Hezbollah take us into the next chapter of World War III? So according to this particular writer, we're already in World War III. We're just going from one chapter to the next. And so now the brother-in-law of the leader of Hezbollah has been assassinated, who sits on the northern border of Israel. What's going to happen now with Hezbollah? I mean, we can read scriptures in 2 Esdras 15 when it talks about Libanus. And we can also see Albert Pike talk about they're about to mutually destroy Zionism and Islam all at the same time, because they got to destroy Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, and atheism. They're going to destroy all religions. and bring you into the pure doctrine of Lucifer, the light bearer. Right? So every day it's a new thing happening that is escalating, bringing forth more artillery fire, or at least the idea of more artillery fire. Then you have this January 10th. Well, when did this happen? We're on the 12th. Okay, we're getting close. 3 extremely alarming developments which could have enormous global implications. January 10th. Again, things are escalating. Well, what's being said in Israel? Number 1, hospitals in northern Israel are being ordered to prepare for thousands of casualties. So their hospitals are getting ready to deal with bodies. Why? Because the assassination of the brother-in-law of the leader of Hezbollah, they're looking, okay, this thing with Hezbollah is about to crank up. So, hey, more war, more bodies. So get the hospitals ready. And isn't this convenient after Israel had, 97% of its population vaccinated? So imagine people just start dropping dead from the vaccine and they just say they got killed in the war. Now you have a cover for the vaccinated dead bodies dropping. Because you're in the middle of a war. Nobody's questioning. It's too much chaos and confusion to figure out how the person died. They're just dead. Right? You're more so worried about trying to stay alive and deal with what's happening right now, real time. Very convenient. But again, this is all the workings of Amalek, led by who? The workings of who? Satan, their daddy. That man of sin. So they're going to kill all their citizens too. And, elders spoken about this. The 6 million that you're about to see die there is actually the 6 million that they've always spoke about since World War II. That 6 million people died. No, there wasn't no 6 million people in World War II in the Holocaust of Jewish people that died. Didn't happen. Right? But it's about to be 6 million people now. This is going to be the real Holocaust, the real burnt offering coming to that country. It's in the Bible as prophecy and prophesied by their own prophets, like Albert Pike, that they would do this to destroy Zionism, and that he said that Israeli state must be destroyed. Let's get it. It says the war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. So they're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They're both going to kill each other. Right? It's the same strategy and leave the world behind. And it's not that deep that Obama put that in there, because Christ, before any of them, warned us. A nation divided against itself cannot stand. That it would be kingdom against kingdom. And they just sit back. They fund both sides of the war. When you read the book, The Synagogue of Satan, they fund both sides of the war and get rich while everybody else kills each other and dies. Yeah, we may have to break that book back out now that we are in that time of the man of sin being revealed. To bring it all the way out so that we can peel past the ground level stuff that's happening, right? The puppets that are in place. Let's get past the puppets, right? Let's get past the Benjamin Netanyahus and see, okay, who's his boss? Who's his master? Let's get past the Cedric the Entertainers and the Steve Harveys and the TD Jakes. Who are their bosses? Who are their masters? Right? I don't want to talk about them being in dresses. Right? Who put them in the dress? Who told them to put the dress on? They weren't forced to put it on, but they chose to. Who wrote that script? What is his name? So they want to talk about those names. Why are we scared to mention those names? What's number 2 here? A deadly new variant that is 100% fatal in mice due to infection of the brain. Where have we heard that before? COVID shots are causing the brain damage now. The capillaries in the brain are getting damaged from the spike protein, the graphene, and it's making people brain dead. Well, now they can just say there's a new variant that's doing this. No, it's not a new variant. It's the vaccine. And we're going to get to that here in a moment because they have something for that coming too. They can't go back to just shutting the world down from a disease, but they will bring that in as one of their cards. But they're going to have all these events happening simultaneously. Number 3, civil war in Ecuador. How many people have heard about the civil war in Ecuador? Sounds like civil war is breaking out everywhere. If it's not civil war, it's world war, or it's kingdom against kingdom. But these are our people, the people in Ecuador, right? These are northern kingdomers: Zebulon, Asher, Issachar. They definitely had to have us at civil war while they're setting the whole world on fire. They can't afford for us to be united. Because if we're united now, we can come after them. So I believe it was a scenario where you had terrorists in or gangs in Ecuador actually come on live TV at a television station and just ran up and took everybody hostage on live TV. Right, I seen that flash across my timeline, and I just read it real quick, and I kept going. But this is talking about that. I don't know who all has seen that going on. Again, a lot of news happening right now that's not being spoken about, not even being talked about. So let's try to get our attention and to be on looking at all these things happening. Because before you know it, it's happening in our neck of the woods, and we're too busy in front of the TV being entertained. We don't even know our own neighborhood is under attack and being destroyed. Military coming through, and we're inside watching, reality TV on our phones. So now that we've escalated this war, this just happening and being reported on yesterday. And YouTube is the only website that's going so slow. Everything else is moving smoothly.
We do begin tonight with breaking news at this hour. ABC News has just learned that the U.S. has just launched.
It says U.S. launches retaliation strikes against Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen. How many people heard about this attack? Just got reported on yesterday.
News at this hour. ABC News has just learned that the U.S. has just launched a military assault against Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen. A U.S. official at this hour saying these strikes are the first on Yemen since the beginning of Israel's war with Hamas. Tonight, the U.S.-led attacks involve a mix of Tomahawk cruise missiles and fighter jets, the U.K. joining us. The White House warning the U.S. will, quote, counter and defeat these mounting attacks. Also, an emergency cabinet meeting in the U.K. today. Now, this follows months of attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. 24 hours ago, we learned of the militants' largest attack yet. Their drones and missiles were shot down by the U.S. and the U.K. The militants say their attacks are in response to Israel's war on Hamas. The U.S. intercepting a barrage of 18 drones and 3 missiles just in this latest attack alone. You'll remember when
U.S. and Great Britain teaming up to strike Yemen just in time for the election. How perfect would it be to have this during election season, to look to try to keep the current regime, Democratic regime, in office? But let's check this out. You have the Houthi rebels. This is interesting that this is being filmed, right? This is supposed to be real.
one of the Houthis' most brazen attacks came in November. These are the pictures. Terrorists hijacking a cargo ship co-owned by an Israeli businessman. That ship tonight, by the way, still being held by rebels. Tonight, this U.S. attack now on Yemen and on these Iranian-backed militants now under.
So now you have the Houthi rebels attacking Israeli, commercial ships in the Red Sea area and taking them over because of what's happening in Palestine. So what are the Yemen? Muslim. And these are retaliatory strikes for what's happening in Palestine. Who was Yemen backed by? Iran.
Underway. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, leading us off.
Tonight, U.S. and British forces unleashing a massive retaliatory strike on Houthi rebels in Yemen after months of costly attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. A U.S. official confirming the strikes hit multiple Houthi targets in Yemen and involved a mix of Tomahawk cruise missiles and fighter jets. Moments ago, President Biden releasing a statement saying these targeted strikes are a clear message, adding the U.S. will not tolerate attacks on our personnel or allow hostile actors to imperil freedom of navigation, and the president not ruling out taking further measures to protect our people. Just 24 hours ago, the White House warned the Houthis could bear the consequences if they don't stop attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. Tonight, doubling down.
I'm not going to telegraph punches one way or another here. We're going to do what we have to do to counter and defeat these threats that the Houthis keep throwing up on commercial shipping in the Red Sea.
Since mid-November, the Houthis have launched at least 27 attacks, claiming it's in retaliation for Israel's war against Hamas, disrupting one of the most vital shipping routes in the world. The latest attack coming overnight, the Houthis firing a ballistic missile towards a commercial ship in the region, just hours after American and British forces repelled the rebels' largest attack yet, intercepting a barrage of 21 Houthi drones and missiles. One of the Houthis' most brazen attacks coming in November when terrorists hijacked a cargo ship co-owned by an Israeli businessman, landing a helicopter on its deck in the Red Sea. The ship and its 25-man crew still being held by the rebels. Tonight, a Houthi leader warning any U.S. attack will not go without a response.
All right, so let's get right to Mary Bruce at the White House as we're on the air here in the West. And this U.S.-led attack on Yemen, on these Iranian-backed militants now underway, Mary. It all comes amid concern the Israel-Hamas war obviously could spread beyond Gaza. And I gather this is not just retaliation for the attacks on the Red Sea, but also meant to send a message to the entire region?
David, the U.S. is clearly trying to send a message that these attacks will not be tolerated. And tonight, our team on the ground in Yemen reports that 5 cities have now been targeted and hit, including the capital. But David, the Houthis have been defiant, adamant that they will push back and counter any American aggression. David,
And then check this out. And then she's standing in front of a green screen. Like she's probably in the same studio with him, acting like she's at the White House. Just sit at the table with him. Why you got to be in front of a Hollywood, more smoke and mirrors? This projected image of the White House.
they say they will not back down.
All right, Mary Bruce on the breaking news from the White House tonight. Mary, thank you.
That's part of the effect for the spell. All right. It's part of the effect for the spell. So here we have the clock at midnight. What do you call a war with China plus a war with Russia plus a colossal war in the Middle East. Right? Did you see that we just bombed the Houthis? Each new day in 2024 seems to bring some sort of new escalation. And for now, most Americans can ignore all the fighting because it is all happening on the other side of the globe. And while it's happening, people are entertained with their entertainment. Right? So this article goes into these different frontal wars. Right? Escalating right at the beginning of 2024. I mean, you've seen it starting to slowly get to this point at the end of 2023. Right? They were just waiting for 2024 start to get all the fireworks shot and popping. But moving on from the war part, we talked about this before, disease X. This is how we should prepare for the next big virus. July 10th, 2023. I'm just going to read the bullet points here. The world needs to be better prepared to tackle a future pandemic. Kate Kellen of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations tells Radio Davos. By mapping viruses with the potential to become the next disease X, the global community and governments can be more responsive the next time a pandemic looms. Global collaboration and adequate funding are needed to improve pandemic preparedness and ensure fast action to keep a viral outbreak at bay. So this was June of last year. Then you fast forward to this year, and while all this stuff is going on, the World Economic Forum is preparing for their annual meeting, a long-term strategy for climate, nature, and energy. And they have here on July 17th, which is in 5 days, we need to be paying attention for, what comes out of this particular meeting, preparing for disease X. Right? So while World War III is escalating, along with all these other things happening, they're preparing for disease X. With fresh warnings from the World Health Organization that an unknown disease X could result in 20 times more fatalities than the coronavirus pandemic. So look at how they're already getting you caught up in the trauma, the fear. Right? This next one could be 20 times more fatal than the coronavirus. What novel efforts are needed to prepare healthcare systems for the multiple challenges ahead? This session is linked to the Partnership for Health System Sustainability and Resilience and the Collaborative Surveillance Initiative of the World Economic Forum. So they're getting ready for this disease X, whatever that is, because it's coming. They know it's coming. They've seen the future. More like they're the ones who's going to be behind the production of it, whether that's Hollywood production or real production. And so with that, what else are they putting out? December 18th, a triple-demic. Local media experts urge vaccination as COVID, flu, and RSV hospitalizations spike nationwide. Right? So again, this is the typical time of year when people have flu. But we had to factor in that a lot of people took those shots. A lot of people are shedding. But they're calling it a triple-demic. Nothing about the vaccine other than you need to get it. Because this is happening, now you need to run down there and get it. Again, more trauma. More trauma to get you to run down there and do this right here. And who do we have? We have the kid center stage for the Malachian sacrifice to Moloch. Revealed. Biden's HHS paving the way for the next lockdown. Has anybody told you about this? family? Have you been made aware that Biden, his administration's one of the organizations is getting things in place for the next lockdown? I didn't hear the mainstream media talking about this. Oh, that's because let's read here what it says. American tax dollars were hard at work this holiday season at the Department of Health and Human Services, where the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act was quietly amended. You see? Quietly amended. And so if we're not really paying attention, we don't even see or realize these things. The changes made unilaterally without requiring any legislature vote. So they're voting things and putting things in place without even voting on it. Expanded the legal countermeasures that the department may take to combat Ebola or Marburg virus pandemics. So all they have to say is that there's an Ebola or Marburg outbreak, and now this legislation they just passed gives them all kind of a new power. These changes are authorized through 2028, having sweeping implications. Let's see what this power now they've attained. The new amended PrEP Act now covers federal funding for counteractions against these viruses, including devices, therapeutics, diagnostics, and most importantly, vaccines. Considering there has never been an Ebola or Marburg pandemic in the U.S., these actions appear to be just in time for a pandemic that doesn't yet exist. It's called Disease X, folks. They're preparing for it. So they're putting all the legislation in place. And again, the devil must tell us the truth. They told you they've been preparing for this for some time. Right? Running simulations. So when you see this happening, when we've never had an Ebola or Marburg virus pandemic, why would they be putting this in place? Unless they're expecting it to happen. And if they're expecting it to happen, what's leading them to this conclusion that it's going to happen? And so I want to talk about something real quick. We have Dr. McCullough.
We can never be caught unprepared again. And so many Americans, when COVID hit, they had nothing in the house. They didn't even have the first line of defenses. And then, stores were shut down and doctors' offices were shut down. And even if doctors prescribed drugs, pharmacists wouldn't fill the prescriptions. That was a nightmare. It led to a massive number of unnecessary hospitalizations. And sadly, some people died. Most people who died with COVID, they died in the hospital because they didn't receive early treatment. Well, Wellness Company has stepped in and provided some solid answers. On COVID-19, the COVID kit provides, the featured drugs that we need to handle this at home: hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, even a budesonide inhalation device. This is going to handle it. I'm confident as a treating doctor. I've treated and advised, in thousands of cases now. We know this illness like the back of our hand. I can tell you the Wellness Company kit is the answer for people to avoid hospitalization or worse.
So I wanted to talk about this real quick, this nebulizer. Because basically what the doctor's telling us is that when the next event happens and if people are sick, you're not going to be able to go to the doctor, just like the last time. You're not going to be able to go to the pharmacy. The pharmacy is going to be closed. So what do you have in preparation for whenever you do deal with some type of upper respiratory scenario? Because that's what this next pandemic is going to be all about. So they're doing things, spraying in the air, putting it in our water and our food to cause this upper respiratory sickness. We're seeing it everywhere. Right? So what are you doing to have things in place so if it happens, you have stuff to to help you. And I think Elder Ricard even spoke about this earlier about, I think he mentioned albuterol, but here they speak about ivermectin, which I can attest to myself. I these others I can't speak on because I haven't tried them, but with the nebulizer. So what is a nebulizer? Well, this is a nebulizer I got. And basically what it does is it has a little reservoir, and in that reservoir you can put medication. I mean, you can put all different kind of things in here. Food grade hydrogen peroxide, ivermectin, a sea salt solution. Of course, you need to do the research to see exactly the quantity and the amount, parts per million of what it should be before you use something like this. But if you're dealing with some type of upper respiratory situation, you have colloidal silver. You have all different kind of things that can go in this. So now, when you breathe it in, this stuff's going into your lungs and it's dealing with whatever's in your lungs to help neutralize it. The nanotech, the spike protein, whatever it may be. And the thing I like about this one is that it's rechargeable and it's cordless. And it only costs, I think, like, this one is maybe more expensive than the one I bought. But the one I bought, I believe, was like around $30, $35. Okay, so I'm just telling brothers and sisters, look into this. Okay, look into this. Something else I would tell people to make sure they look into getting too is this get you a Himalayan sea salt inhaler. All right, a Himalayan sea salt inhaler. And the reason why this is good to have is because this doesn't need any electricity. So if the grid goes down, you don't have electricity. Basically, what's in here is sea salt, right? And I'm gonna pull it up here so we can read what all this does. But the good thing is it doesn't require any electricity, right? No electricity, and it's going to help you when it comes to upper respiratory issue. Let's see, and pull it up so we can read what all this inhaler does. If anybody who has asthma probably already maybe has one of these. It says here, can read what this does. It says, unlock the incredible potential of our portable Himalayan pink salt inhaler to promote serenity while enjoying the wonders of a salt cave experience at home. Experience natural allergy relief alongside improved sleep quality, moisturized mucous membranes, and clean air. Bring home the transformative power of organic Himalayan pink salt therapy. Choose our all-natural alternative asthma inhaler. Ever imagine inhaling pink Himalayan sea salt for its therapeutic properties? Our salt air ceramic inhaler allows you to tap into the power of deep breaths. When inhaling, the porous ceramic inhaler's filter releases pink Himalayan salt microparticles, effectively relieving mucus. So when you're dealing with the mucus buildup in your lungs, you know, mucus drainage into your lungs, there's this mucus in here and you're coughing up mucus. Well, what this is going to do is the microparticles of the sea salt, it's like breathing in ocean air. Those who live by the ocean can probably attest to how good their breathing is, and their upper respiratory and lungs are living close to the ocean. Or if you visit it, you notice how fresh the air is. Well, this is basically simulating that. So these salt microparticles go into your lungs, and just like salt, it basically absorbs moisture. So it's going to basically dry up that mucus. Okay. Experience improved breathing and allergies relief in no time. So if you deal with, breathing issues already, or if you get sick and are dealing with mucus, you have allergies, This is what it's going to help you with. And they've already told us through catastrophic contagion that the next epidemic is going to be upper respiratory, a pneumococcal virus, pneumonia. And we're seeing it already happening where you have even China looking to shut down because a lot of people are breaking out with pneumonia in different parts of China right now. Right. So, a lot of people, it's because of them taking the vaccine. But again, we're all being bombarded with nanotech and graphene. And so I've been stressing to people about getting your health together, getting your diet together. Now is the time to do that. Don't wait until you're sick or you're in a bad health state to now want to do something about your health. You may not get the chance. When it comes to food you're eating, getting the proper minerals and vitamins, right? The proper enzymes, right? We talked about the different food enzymes, lumbrokinase, serrapeptase, nattokinase. It's going to deal with any type of protein in your body, whether that's blood clotting, inflammation, spike protein. It's going to break down all that stuff in your body to keep it from clotting and to keep it from operating in your body. Right? The quercetin with the bromelain. Bromelain is also something that's going to break down stuff. Right? Enzymatic. It's like an enzyme. It breaks stuff down. The quercetin is like a allergy relief. It keeps the body from overreacting to different allergies or things that would cause your body to go into a overreactive state of defense. We talked about the ivermectin. It's a bacteria that's designed to go in and deal with parasites. Right? So now is the time to get your actual medicine cabinet with these herbs and some of these medications that are good, like ivermectin. Get them in your medicine cabinet. Get these inhalers, these nebulizers, for each person in your family. And you got to think about it. I mean, we put so much time and money into everything else. We have to now, reshift the idle time that we put into, stuff that maybe doesn't have as much value, and now start focusing on these type of things and make it a lifestyle and not play around with our health. I mean, I'm getting so many calls from people who are just in a bad state of health asking for help. And I'm like, look, I'm not a doctor. I mean, I can tell you some basic stuff, but don't allow you to get to that place. And I understand that for a long time, we've been eating unclean, whether that's, unclean animals or, bad food choices. We have these, issues, and, you're where you're at. But the main thing is, don't make it worse. Okay. Don't continue to, eat and drink these things that are causing this continued decay of health. Right. So it's everybody's own responsibility to take advantage of their body. To take control of their body. Right. And to do the things for your body that it needs. Right. And so a few more things here as we conclude, but I wanted to point out, like, they're planning for the next disease. Okay. We see people getting sick. And so the HHS is looking to do the next lockdown, and you don't want to be out of pocket. What else do we see happening? At the end of last year, how many of you all seen this? Banks closing thousands of branches, and retailers are shutting down thousands of stores. So you see a lot of banks closing. When you see banks closing, that should be a serious sign, making way for the mark of the beast. They had no more need for money anymore, at least not the way how we have dealt with money in the past on the physical level. Everything's going digital, right? Everything's going digital. At the same time, shutting down thousands of stores. So coming over here to January 4th, 38% of U.S. companies anticipate they will conduct layoffs in 2024. So every time I look up, I'm hearing of a new business, a major food chain, major companies shutting down, doing layoffs, right? So people are going to be out of work. People are going to be losing their jobs. So another thing to keep in mind when it comes to, spending wisely, putting money in resources that can sustain you, and preparing you may have a job today doesn't mean you're going to have a job tomorrow. But again, the squeeze, as they are squeezing people towards the mark when it comes, right? If you're without a job, you're unemployed. And now all of a sudden they'll tell you, hey, you come down here and get this etching in your skin. We'll put a little bit of credit on there for you. We have a program for you, but you got to have this in order to spend. So we're seeing this happening. What else are they getting rid of? Right? It's obvious they're getting rid of people. So what is going to happen to our society as AI and robots take most of our jobs? So another reason for the job loss and the job layoffs is because they're switching everything to AI and robots. They have no need for people anymore. Only the people that'll be left are those people who are changed into the cyborg. Everybody else has to go. And this is what Damon Wilson was talking about at the end of that interview. He said, listen, love the Lord with all your heart, all your might. Forget about that career crap. Because what's about to happen in this world, they don't have no need for you anymore. They're about to bring in AI and get rid of you. That's what he said at the end. That was his nugget of advice to the upcoming generation. Right? You better love the Lord with all your heart. You better be ready for the shift, to pivot, and have faith as your currency. Right? We still do, the physical preparations and things like that. Right? But all that chasing the career and chasing the bag, and understand that, do what you have to do as far as from a honest level of making a living, but don't let that become your center focus, because the world is shifting. Everything's about to shift, and you don't want to be caught off guard and be like the grasshopper and not the ant. All right, because then when you fast forward, what do you have? You got the Bill Gates of hell with his latest prognostication, his latest Nostradamus moment, putting his Nostradamus hat on. He seems to be right on point with his prophecies and predictions. He makes a new prediction on a system that will kill thousands or millions of people. The tech tycoon calls on humanity to be prepared. Well, this wouldn't be the first time he said that, but he's saying it again. This was April of last year. So he's saying that either it's going to be a virus or artificial intelligence, one or the other or both, that's going to bring forth thousands or millions of people's deaths. So again, they're looking to get rid of people in all the ways of getting rid of. Right. And then we have this last article before I show you all one last shocking way to kick 2024 off. But this article says, is 2024 the year a one world global government emerges from the rubble? And when you read through here, I'm going to read a little bit and then I'm going to break down what this article is saying. The world is closer than ever to a shifting of the ages. And with that shift will come the destruction of the existing world order, followed by its replacement with what many believe will manifest as a one world government. The Wuhan coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic marked a shift or acceleration into this coming new age, which is now at the doorstep as the powers that be, Amalek, race to fulfill their long-awaited global domination agenda, complete with a brand new global currency and economic system. So basically what the person in this article is saying is that it's not going to happen the way that we think. Okay? It's going to be a transition. It's not going to just be one day you wake up and it's the New World Order. They're going to continue to keep you in this deluded state, this delusional state, and having things seem like they're somewhat being kept intact, but it's slowly transitioning out of it and bringing you under this beast control. Right? And Hollywood, our people, it doesn't get much worse than this guy. Little Nasty X. Edit again. How many of you all have seen this? Satan worshiping gay rapper mocks Christ. Hatred of Christians being normalized, persecution imminent. Who is behind this no talent Little Nasty X character? Who is behind this? Again, these are the questions we should be asking. Right? Who is his boss? Who is his master? Because if we get rid of one, they're just going to find another to put in his place. Right? Who's putting these people in gatekeeping positions? That's what I want to start hearing entertainers like Cat Williams start asking, instead of, because if we're going to bring Steve Harvey in here, we got to bring his boss in here too. Let's not just bring him in here by himself. Okay. Let's bring them all in here. They all have to answer for what they've done, not just black people. But here we have this satanic blasphemy. Let's check this out here real quick, and then we're going to conclude.
Welcome back. So have you heard of Lil Nas X? We call him the Yeah, because he's now casting himself as Jesus Christ in a series of blasphemous TikTok videos and social media posts meant to promote his new song, which is called J Christ. This is the Old Town road creep who was marketed to children, locked into the algorithm before coming out as a degenerate. And now he's continuing his commercialized mockery of Christianity with the total backing of his label, Jewish-run Columbia Records.
So not many people, more are waking up, but Stu Peters has definitely been on a campaign to call them out. Those who are actually running the show, not the puppet or the actor of the show. Right? Demond Wilson, calling out Amalek. Right? That's what we now, if we're gonna hold, Steve Harvey and them accountable, we got to hold Cat Williams accountable. Right? Hey, Cat, I hear you talking a lot about these black entertainers, which you should be, but I don't hear you saying anything about who their boss is and who's running the show. Got to call them out. You're in that industry. You know names. Call them out.
In recent days, Lil Nas X, who I like to call Lil X, cut a TikTok video mocking Jesus Christ and the Last Supper in full Holy Era drag. Take a look. Disgusting. In another clip, he took things even further, if you can imagine that being possible, mocking the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ while wearing a crown of thorns and a pair of glittery silver women's go-go boots as he hanged on a cross. Then he transformed into some kind of Optimus Prime angel, obviously an angel of Satan. Look. Disgustingly, those videos are only the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, amid the perverted video release, Lil Nas X wore a cross-themed chest plate to announce that he supposedly doesn't have AIDS. And if that wasn't all bad enough, a trailer for his J. Christ music video shows false prophet Lil Nas X leading this caravan of white-robed followers into the sky on their way to whatever horrific afterlife awaits them after selling their souls to a homosexual.
Barack Obama and others going to heaven. Right? You know, all these people that support this woke, abominable lifestyle and culture, he's granting them entrance into the kingdom.
I'm in my prime.
Right? There goes Oprah. She gets in. Right? There goes Obama. He gets in.
I'm in my prime. Like J. Christ.
Was that Barack Obama? Of course, none of this is a surprise. No, we knew this was coming. Before he did the Devil video, Lil Nas X had that hit song with Billy Ray Cyrus that was much more PG rated, or at least presented as such. Kids loved it. So you have this generation of kids who've grown up listening to this degenerate Lil Nas X, and his messaging gets more and more extreme every time. He mocks Jesus Christ, and all of that is supposed to be good and right and normal and holy. But of course, Lil Nas X does not attack the Muslim faith. He doesn't attack Jews. Nope, just Christianity. Our next guest, David.
And it should be obvious at this point who has him in this position to be able to do this. Those who hate Christ, those who hate the New Testament, those who run for cover when Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 is about to be read. Of course, they would put a son of Jacob up to mock who they hate. Right? So it's not a mystery. It's not hard to figure out who's behind this. Kanye West called them out. Right? He called them out and said they're the ones funding this debased culture in the black community, killing each other, blaspheming God, women out of order. All this, he called them out. He's probably one of the only artists in that industry you can really say called him out, at least the way he was calling them out. We can at least give him that much credit.
David Corbo has tweeted that Christian extremism may make a comeback. I hope he's right. I want to hear more about that. To that end, he joins us now. David, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me, Stu. Yeah, we're in really interesting times, especially when it comes to Lil Nas X. I think you really nailed it, right? He comes out as this sort of homosexual satanic Pied Piper for children, right? Where it's like he makes this little jingle for kids. And I admit it, before I knew that he was a satanic homo, it was a catchy little song. And so it really disturbs me that he's managed to capture the attention of children. And then he goes on to put blood.
Hey, he got his fringes on. So at least he got his fringes on for, you got a lot of Israelites out there. Where your fringes at? Right? Where your fringes at? So are they okay? Are they cool with Nas because he got his fringes on? He's good with the fringes? Just to show you how silly that whole thing is when Israelites come out and try to check you for your fringes. Fringes don't make a person holy. Right?
And then he goes on to put blood in the heels of Air Force Maxes. He has butt sex with the devil on television. Now he's, like you said, I like the homosexual Antichrist Optimus Prime angle. And it's really getting to this point where between the Iowa State Capitol building, right, we're decapitating shanty satanic statues. And that is like a little bit too much, right? That guy got a lot of heat for that. And now you have this aspect, and you just alluded to it. This idea that you can't get on stage and insult Muhammad, let's say, right? There's people that you're not supposed to insult. And those are the people that you should be looking towards, i.e. the people that own the music industry, the people that own the banks, the people that own the tunnels, the people that own Pornhub. But I feel the opposite way in regards to, or rather there's an interesting mirrored aspect of this. Who are you allowed to talk about? Who are you allowed to make fun of? I could go on stage right now, I could dunk on Jesus Christ, and I would be received with arms wide open by a crowd. But I'm not doing it with Muhammad. There's nobody that's anti-Buddha out there, right? And so when people say this is just shock jocking, or this is just trying to get a rise out of people, and that ultimately it's good marketing, I call it what it is. It's blasphemy. This is honestly just blasphemy.
How many people do you think look at this and really stomach this and say that this is good and that they're going to allow their children to listen to this? I mean, do you think that this is penetrating the homes of regular Americans who would otherwise completely reject this in private?
And again, who is the target here? The children. Taking us full circle all the way back on who the attack is on, this generation. And it was the, I think it's Officer Hazak who did the Thursday broadcast on GOCC Media, where he asked the question, is the next generation ready to rule? And, it was something, I was having conversations with people about just when you look at this current generation, right? I'm talking about the current generation that's up and coming, that are part of this culture, right? Is this next generation fit to lead our people? And when you think about it, it's scary, because this next generation is so disconnected. You look at what they have our children listening to and have put up as role models. If it's not Lil Nas X, then it's Cardi B, and all the others that are affiliated within both male and female abominable so-called artists. And so this culture has influenced our children. Our children have no education. I think it was, what was that where it came out that America has reported that most of the children now who are coming from this generation, or maybe even in the country, are on a 4th grade reading level. So all fabric of what America used to stand for, which was family, has been totally destroyed. And so Christ has to come back. There's no way that this generation of children, and I'm not talking about those of you out there who are raising your children in the Bible and in this faith, in this truth. I'm not talking about, your child is a minority. I'm talking about a collective of our youth and generation, the little Nas X's and the little Uzi Verts and the like. This is who is going to be the next generation to lead our people. It'll be no one left, because they're leading them right into Amalek's lap, who's leading them right to Moloch, aka Satan. All right, so much to talk about this, family. I just wanted to bring some light that when it comes to that man of sin, that he must be revealed, and his magic, sorcery, his witchcraft, his wizardry. When it comes to the stuff that's being shown to us, we have to be very careful. Paul said, be not deceived by any means. That they would even bring truth and maybe even distract us with the shocking truth, while keeping us away from other truths that could be very pivotal for our awareness, for survival. All right, so I asked the question. We'll see if there's another term coined for 2024, but right now I see a lot of deception. I see a lot of illusion and delusion a lot of magic, a lot of witchcraft. So, I'm asking that question. Is 2024 the year of smoke and mirrors? But I'm even seeing it on a local level, dealing with people. And I'm talking about people in the church who are, or people who maybe were, in this walk, who are playing with this walk. And themselves dibbling and dabbling and have learned from Amalek's ways and are also playing in smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirror behavior, and witchcraft. So I pray this broadcast has been edifying to you all. I pray that it's been inspiring, and that that no fear. Again, we bring out this stuff, and I understand it can be overwhelming. Hopefully, it's the exact opposite as far as providing inspiration and motivation to make it to the kingdom, and to see how we have to show you how dark our world is becoming, so that we can make the extra efforts to now be vigilant and sober, as Peter warned, because that adversary, like a roaring lion, seeketh about whom he may devour. And if we're not paying attention and distracted and on our P's and Q's on this straight and narrow, will be that lion's lunch. Okay. So that's it for tonight. I pray good health for you all. And until next time, I appreciate all the support, you all hanging in to the very final moments here with this stream. And if it be the Most High's will, we'll see you here for the next Friday night Sabbath coming out of Babylon for the Gathering of Christ Church. Shabbat Shalom, and bless you all.